think I gave her too much. I think I gave her too much direction. It was too clear on. Well, I thought I needed to be on it. Scratch all that in your head. Well, just I have to be. You need to know him. Yeah. What? This show. Brad, he's one of our managers.
There's no place to park.
We're gonna be. That's all of mine also still go off the wall. That's right, that's right.
All right, I'd like to call to order the April 24th, 2025 Town of Somerville Design Review Board meeting. We have a request to modify the agenda. Could you remind me there?
So the request to modify the agenda is for item number 1 under new business for the new public safety complex for the town of Somerville. We've just asked that since chief and fire chief are here, that they could go first so they don't have to stay later than normal.
I'll make a motion for that addenda change. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we'll do that. And then chief, if everybody's here. Okay, we'll do that. And then we'll start with signs after that. All right, so yes, sir.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon. I just told them good morning. Good afternoon, Chairman and committee. My name is Frank Neal. I'm the Director of Community and Economic Development for the town of Somerville, and the project manager for the public safety campus facility we have presenting to you here tonight. We're excited about this new facility. It's going to be really a monumental facility for this community, one that I think everyone in the community will be proud of. We have spent a lot of time on this facility to this point. Former Mayor Waring appointed a committee to research this about 2 years ago. Current mayor was the chairman, Mr. Touchberry, Mayor Touchberry. And we have done a lot of research already. We evaluated the existing facility to see if we could do anything on that facility to make it better. We had a structural engineer come out and that was not possible. We then evaluated sites and we evaluated about 5 sites and determined that this was the best site. So we have moved through design process with Creech and Associates. And Mr. Brent Green will be presenting here in just a second. But we want to just tell you how much and how important this project is to the community. And we're going to have our 2 chiefs give a brief brief comments and then turn it over to Mr. Green. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you all for letting us say a few words. I'm sure I won't say as nearly as much as Chief Wright does, but no, we greatly appreciate the opportunity for sure. This is a much needed building for both of our facilities. Our current facility was built in 1985, and we just maximized every little space that we possibly could out of this building. Right now, we've literally converted closets to offices. The building has been renovated over and over and over. The cost for renovating, the cost for the maintenance on the building is just, it's astronomical. It's basically going through the roof. It maximizes our budget in those line items for sure. We are very excited about this building. The entire department, both police and fire, look forward to moving in the right direction. It's one of those we hate to see it go, but we're excited for a new start. This will It allows us for growth for over the next 30 years. So we have extra office space that is in this building and in this facility. And like I said, right now, all of our admin are completely spread out through all of our stations. This will get most of us under the same roof, so which is vital for what we do. So again, I greatly appreciate the opportunity to say a few words, and I'll leave it for Chief Wright. So thank you very much.
Thank you. For the record, I did not ask to go first, but I appreciate that if we get called away. What I want to talk about is the future. He's talking about where we are. We are in a dilapidated building, but what has been done with Creech and Associates as well as the engineers is nothing less than a marvel for this town. And what I want to tell you is the design, the aesthetic from the outside is magnificent. I think it captures the modern nuance of today with the mystique of the past history of the town of Somerville. And we have a building, unlike my colleague who has 6, getting ready to have 7 fire stations. I have 1 police headquarters, about 15,000 square feet. And I have 160 plus employees working out of that footprint, 15,000 square feet. So we moved over to the Dominion property, have about 36 employees out of there. Theoretically, the idea is to keep all of our police officers on the street all the time, but we cannot even have room to have a meeting right now. So we have to actually use this facility, this room. But I urge all of you to please continue to support what we're doing here. The look is going to be something that I think is going to be marveled not just by the citizens and the people that visit the town of Somerville, but also for the entire state of South Carolina. I don't think there's anything quite like what they designed in existence. And I'm pretty excited the fact that that footprint is going to sit right here in basically the historic district, give or take a few blocks within the town of Somerville, and walking distance to all the features and the future of what this town has. So we look the part when we're out on the street, our fire and police do. If you walk in our building, you'd be embarrassed that you were a tax-paying citizens in the town of Somerville if you saw that. So thank you, and I appreciate any support you can give to Creech and Associates and Mr. Frank Neal and the work that they have put in behind us, because it's been second to none. Thank you.
My goodness, I feel like I should just go sit down after that. I think that was very wonderful. And it sort of exemplifies and illustrates how lucky we are to be working with such talented and passionate people. So again, thank you for the opportunity to be before you this evening. My name is Brent Green. I'm a principal and lead designer at Creech and Associates, and it has been our pleasure to be working with the town of Somerville. Well, if you go all the way back since 2018, as we get to this point in time to bring this concept before you this evening. This is our preliminary, our first submittal of 3 to you, although I would imagine there's probably more information in the packet than might be required at this phase. It was advised of us to get it all in front of you as early as possible so that we can gain as much feedback as we can. So with that, I'll walk you through the presentation, and I'll entertain any comments as we go. We've had an opportunity to share this narrative with you. I think hopefully you've had an opportunity to understand, again, really what we're working towards here is this idea of a campus. There are 4 individual structures along with the existing transmission tower that will remain on the site. One of our primary design drivers was the separation very clearly within design of the 3 entities that exist on this site, being police, courts, and fire. And so you can literally see we've done that sort of, by spacing them left, middle, and right of the composition. And being that the courts is the one with the highest public interaction, we aligned it on access directly with the parking deck structure across the street to most easily facilitate that movement of folks in and out of the courts. The fire station, just by nature of its requirements, is required to set back from the street around 50 to 60 feet. And in order to create this campus, this cohesive idea that really is connecting the 2 buildings, that generated the skew, which also creates this civic plaza that lives in front of the buildings there. It's also sort of connected by this colonnade element, which we feel like from a traditional design perspective, offers a really solid base for the element and kind of identifies that civic presence. It also offers some queuing and shade and other things as part of a public plaza we would want to provide. The rear of the site is really secured for public safety functions. The parking deck will be, again, for public use. It will have entries from both streets, accessible parking at the street level. The site has a good bit of slope, which will allow us to kind of align the entrances, and we'll have a few monumental stairs as you approach the courthouse, as we would expect there to be. Okay. I'm sorry. So this is your existing site. I think you're all familiar with it. Again, it is as they both have mentioned, it is the current site. From a perspective of challenge, there is the stormwater pond on the rear corner of the site. And what we're proposing, as you'll see, is a hybrid approach to how we can both maintain sort of that infrastructure that is critical to upstream and downstream flow, and also maximize the amount of parking that can be achieved on the site. It is zoned public land, as you all are familiar with, which sort of has, minimum requirements relative to setbacks and other design constraints. Next slide. So this is the plan. Forgive me, it's oriented 90 degrees differently than the one previous to you. So West 2nd North is now at the top of the page. I apologize for that, but you can see the three buildings. Again, police and municipal courts are combined into one facility that is shared as a 3-story facility. And next to it is Fire Station 1 and the administrative component. There is a separated fleet facility that is out at the rear. It's a 1-story building. And then there is the parking garage across West 2nd North. There will be some covered parking that is indicated in the plan there. And then you can see the reduced footprint of the proposed pond and the associated secure parking at the rear of the site. I think in combination with the surface parking and the parking garage as an alternative, we're able to achieve sort of the parking provisions relative to code requirements. Excellent. So anytime we do facade studies, we look at these in 2 and 3 dimensions. Your code requires civic buildings to be symmetrical. And I think we would offer that this is achieved through balance in this facade, as the diagram and massing indicates. So we have these 2 bookends, which articulate the entrances to police and fire that are physically separated at the ends of the massing. And of course, that primary courts entrance being in the center, and then everything connected by this colonnade element. From materials perspective, I think you asked us to come in here and show you photographs of sort of your community, which you all know so much better than we do, but we know that brick is your predominant palette. I know that the Commissioner of Public Works and those new commercial facilities that are right near this facility have been offered as examples of things that we should be considering as applicable precedents. So we really have a timeless and durable material palette that will be a combination of cast stone base with a darker brick and then a lighter brick as the predominant field, which you see examples of in front of me here this evening. So you can see then how that massing translates into directly elevation, and then what some of those primary views would articulate on the streetscape. Okay. So we're going to kind of move through some imagery now. As you can see, this is an aerial view that articulates kind of everything that we've been leading up to. You can see the way that the police entrance and the garage will begin to compress some of that scale that we're looking for on West 2nd North, but then will open up as you approach the plaza. You can see that there will be a vertical element in the parking garage that will also highlight that axial move as you come across, which we would sort of create a pedestrian safe crossing there, maybe elevated as we work with DOT, an entrance plaza on access into what will become the courthouse. Fire station, as you see there, is set back and offset by that skew, but because of the way the skew resolves the geometry, it really does make the thing cohesive in one entire mass. And then that allows the fire station to have the 3 bays and the administrative components that it requires to be successful. You see the 1-story fleet support facility at the rear there as well in this imagery. Next slide. So these are some views down at street level. This is on the police entrance. One of our comments at the TRC review was to add a crossing at the police entry instead of just having one in the center. And this is resulting of that. We'll have an opportunity for a really important monument as a part of that entrance experience, and a small plaza and a community room, which will be accessible for folks for meetings in the off hours as a part of the amenities within this facility. This is a view standing at the other end of the street, looking back the opposite direction. Again, you see that similar entrance element that here defines the fire station entrance. You see those 3 bays and outdoor space for the firefighters. We have a signage wall, which kind of closes and ends that in-plaza experience, which will be our flag wall that we'll also utilize for signage. There's existing on-street parking there, which I believe is head end that we're proposing to retain, but as angled perhaps to improve the safety of that condition. And then again, another view kind of as I've come out of the parking garage and I'm moving across West Second North, if I would head it into the courtroom on access there. This is a collage of renderings really intended just to give you a flavor of what it feels like inside of that plaza. Again, it is an urban space, and I think it is a tight space. It is also defined partially by low planter walls, which are required as part of our force protection for those facilities that reside within the building. So again, it's intended to be low seat walls with planters that are also sort of, providing that secondary protection element. And of course, we would be remiss if we didn't offer an opportunity to think about the nightscape. I think one of the big drivers from the design perspective is this idea of civic lanterns and how buildings identify as civic. And so we have those 3 lanterns on this building, left, middle, and right, that kind of clearly articulate those entry points that we've spent our time talking about this evening. We move here into the 2-dimensional studies. I think I've spoken sort of about this. Again, as we talk about what makes buildings successful and identify civic, we have colonnade, elements. We have base, middle, and top that are pretty clearly defined in terms of the way that the architecture is cloaked. And again, we used the darker brick as an accent element in the field, and then where we have towers or other vertical primary elements, we inverted that and used it as the primary material. Cast stone at this point, colonnade, and as a base or water table on the entire facility. Of course, we're in the first phase of design, and we'll be back before you as perhaps any budget constraints or anything come as we move through the rest of the progress. But here you see that left, middle, and right, and how we feel like that we're achieving that symmetrical requirement through this composition. As we move around the facility, again, you're looking now at what would be the rear of the facility. So you see the rear of the fire station on your left, and then the rear of the other facility, on your right. Again, there's a sally port functionality, which offers some outdoor space for the police, but this is on the kind of backside internal to the site. As we make our way around, again, this would be sort of your west elevation. So you have the community room in the lower right hand adjacent to your tower. And then the big mass kind of in the left center is your communications center element, which will have some great daylight opportunities for those folks who won't have to live in a dark space as they're in there 24/7. And then the other side, again, as well as we have some spaces internal to this building that can be successful with larger amounts of glass. We've got an element that's in the center that creates some localized symmetry with a darker brick, and then you see it flanked on either side by the lighter. So we also have localized symmetry within certain components and elevations of the study. Again, as we talk about the end of the fire station, this is a really simplified version of what that will be. As it's in proximity to the larger building, it will be predominantly. And then again, the east elevation of the fire station, as you see in context with the other in the rear. I'm just going to kind of keep flipping through these. Again, this is the public safety one. This is the end elevation. If you were coming off of the rear street there, again, it's a much smaller type oriented facility in comparison to the others. There it is from the rear as it would be facing the adjacent property. This is the front, what would be the front facade. Again, it is designed for fleet maintenance and special operations, so it's much more simplified utilitarian structure on the site. Still maintains that sort of vernacular of brick and base. It's just in a more simplified articulation. And then this is the parking deck. It's very important as we talked about the composition of this as a campus that we find a cladding that allows the parking garage to relate architecturally to the campus so that we really do view it as one cohesive project. So you'll see that same application of light and dark brick and glass at the tower on the corner that is really the predominant vertical circulation for everyone as they move down across the street. Yeah, and then the opposite elevation from Pine Street there as well. And that is all. Thank you.
Do you have more site planning, civil related stuff to share, or was it primarily architecture right now?
I think primarily is architectural. We can go back to the site plan if there are some discussion points we would like to have over that. I'll certainly welcome that opportunity. I know from our perspective, the stormwater was one of the things that was earmarked at our TRC as something to remain focused on. And we've been working with our engineers on a preliminary to, as I mentioned, find the right size solve for that. But I'd love to hear your other thoughts on the site plan as well. Thank you.
Peter?
I have some architectural questions.
Yes, sir.
Is all the glazing clear? Or is it fritted? What is it?
I think that's a great question. I think the idea would be that we'll have transparency where the functionality will allow for that. And we want that to be primarily on the street facades as we locate functions that can allow for that type of transparency. There will be some ballistic rated glass on the facility, but it can still maintain an element of transparency. I would assume you all want to avoid as much darkened glass as possible from the streetscape, and that is our goal as well.
It also seems you put Bermuda shutters on the west elevation of the municipal building, but not on the west elevation of the fire station. Is there a reason? Because I gotta believe the west elevation of the police building is gonna be more in shade just because of the adjacent building, and so you're gonna get more sun into the west elevation of the fire station.
Yeah,
They may want to just review that.
I think that's a
revisit
great
that.
point. I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. It's intended to be a passive solar control device, so we certainly want to have them in the places where they are most appropriate.
And then what is the distance between the fire station and the police?
It is currently 20 feet,
Okay.
which is driving the solid nature of the facade on the fire station, east facade.
And I'm looking at the plaza. And have you considered having a wall along the driveway of the fire station? Just to ensure a little more public safety? Because right now it just flows into it.
That's a point that we consider during design. It's certainly something, if we're concerned about, we can address in a return visit. I think we were attempting to allow that entire front area to feel as plaza. So we were actually going for that, blurring that line between the two. From a safety perspective, obviously, if there's a call for service and someone is leaving out, everyone's going to understand that they don't need to be in that lane. But I think that's a great point to bring up that we need to clarify as we move through the process.
I think I would recommend that. And then, do you have any balcony space, exterior space on the second level
On the second level of the fire station,
of
obviously,
any building?
so the fire station on the second level does have an outdoor, what we're calling a porch, which is sort of servicing the living spaces on the second floor.
Can you show me on the elevation or?
I'd be happy to. If, right, so it's literally right above the apparatus
Okay.
base there. So it's kind of in that same, I guess, vertical geometry, if you will, and it kind of carries that. It's a recessed element that has a cover over it. In like fashion, if you'll go one more slide, please, ma'am, forward. That small area in the center is a sally port bump out on the rear of the facility. There is a covered patio on the second floor, accessible from the third floor of the police department as an exterior space for them as well.
And then it seems the front elevation of the fire station, it's very inviting to the public. Is it meant to be inviting to the public? Who would go into the fire station, especially on the corner? It's a very monumental entrance.
Right. So that component is actually designed as the public entrance into the facility. So once you walk in there, you would have access to a lobby and a restroom, but then it's controlled access from that point forward. So that is actually the public node of the fire station. Now the doors, if we're talking about the glazing on the doors, that's something that we can frit or perhaps, reduce the transparency of if we feel like it's bringing people in. But ideally, when those doors are closed, we feel like the form and the massing is going to lead you to that corner as the place that you would identify as the entrance.
And then some of these medallions on top of your towers, they look like they could be a clock.
Also a comment that we contemplated. I think the idea there is that we want to identify now places for branding, specifically of the three entities that reside within. We've kind of already intimated kind of some signage within the embossed nature of the cast stone that could be really timeless, but perhaps something more visible and vertical could live on the facade as well. Just want to go ahead and put that idea out there. I think that what it actually is to be determined, but there's an opportunity for town branding there.
And then I also notice you have a statue. I don't know if that's a placeholder or is that a future memorial?
It absolutely is a planned future memorial for I believe, the only fallen officer for the town of Somerville Police Department. That's near and dear to the part of this process. We'll also have a dedicated locker for this individual within the locker room that will serve as a memorial to that person's duty and line of service.
Very nice, very thoughtful. And then did you happen to bring a sample board of material?
I have literally just what's in front of you here, and it's
I'd just
not
like to see the
interior.
cast stone and the brick, if that's what you have.
I think the idea is that we're trying to keep it in a warm palette,
Mhm.
and that we certainly want enough contrast between the cast stone base and what could be that colonnade, as well as what is the field. And then again, as we talk about the mix and match of the verticality of this being predominantly.
And what would be the finish of the canopies and sort of the decorative metal?
Yeah, I feel like that's a sort of a gunmetal gray, sort of a cladding. I mean, that's really the only, what I would call contemporary element and what we kind of view as a transitional design.
See the dark one.
So the metal being the only thing really outside of the masonry palette except for the glazing. And it is used in a limited kind of sparing way. We do have the brise soleil on this one facade that kind of, you know, articulates this main entrance and kind of gives it some verticality.
Just a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway, this could be a little redder. The brown, I think when you look at the bill, I love the contrast. I love the white. This is important. When I think about Somerville, I think we're gonna look at this and it's just gonna look tan.
More
to
like red or like CPW.
Yeah, sure.
Redder, love this and this with a little bit redder brick. I think that looks more like Somerville. I don't know what the rest of the board feels about that.
I think I like massing all the stuff. As far as the materials go, I think the brick color is a little off.
Yes.
Because it's not quite a
Agreed.
single brick.
Okay.
So I
Agreed.
just ask you to restudy that.
Are we limiting that to the brown and the other two are sort of within the range of acceptable color palettes? Or?
I think this could be in the range if this were different.
Okay.
I think
Thank you.
I think it's all open.
Yeah.
It's kind of this building, the downtown, just typically a more red or brown or brick.
I
So-
agree. And it's interesting you bring that up. Part of our discussion was, you know, as we continue what I guess we were going the business corridor down that direction. If you look at the two-story facilities, you know, next to Five Loaves, neither of those are, I guess, what we would call red brick buildings. Now, CPW absolutely is, right? And we recognize that as a precedent that we need to hold up. But
Well,
just thinking about those.
so I think the Five Loaves was, someone can correct me, but Five Loaves was the first brick house in Somerville.
Not there, the two commercial facilities adjacent to Five Loaves.
Just brown.
They're
And it
Yeah.
is not attractive. I did not.
No, not those. No, but Five Loaves, that old house is.
I'm sorry,
think the
I
first brick
used
house.
Five Loaves as the reference. I was speaking to the properties adjacent to it. But as kind of the ones other than the CPW building, that's our most immediate kind of commercial context, you know, in this site. Thank you.
The existing police station, fire station, that's kind of a reddish brick, isn't it?
It is I guess it's a reddish brown brick. Yes, sir. It has a little bit more, it certainly has more brown in it than sort of a lot of the facilities you see in the historic downtown here. Yes.
Okay. Salisbury brick color is a good color. The original Salisbury brick from Somerville
That's the favorite.
that was made here in
Okay.
Somerville.
Okay.
An old brick plant.
We'll take a look at that.
That's better.
Is the parking deck intended to be public parking 24/7? Or is it restricted to the function of the police and the fire?
It is intended for the majority to be public parking. As I mentioned, we have a bit of grade on that site, so there may be a portion of it that is the lower kind of portion that we may cordon off as secure parking in addition to the rear of the site for police, but the vast majority of it would be available for public parking. And hopefully it could serve other events that I know you all have, you know, that might could benefit from that as a public amenity.
Justin or Tammy, Jared or Tammy, any comments down there?
Yeah, I had a comment on the parking garage. So we'll start here on the site plan and then move to the elevation, but I guess the central Civic Plaza area, you know, leading into that crosswalk and then across the street into the parking garage, it looks like the entrance to that is offset from the alignment of the crosswalk. And then Becca, if you go to the elevation.
It's intended to align and be an axial experience so that when you come out of the tower from the parking garage, you're on axis with the entrance to the courts. And if it's not exactly that, it will. Be by
Okay,
the time-
yeah, that's just something I noticed. I mean, it's a minor detail, but you can see here, like your corner, I guess the corner pieces on the main building have those are your entrances, right?
That's correct.
But when we're looking at this elevation, it looks like the pedestrian entrance is
Slightly off.
to the right.
I
to the right of
understand your
that.
point now that we're talking this. Yes, and that's something that we can resolve as a design constraint. Certainly, great point. We can look at that. So it's an entirely axial experience and you don't have to offset to go into the vertical tower.
Right, yeah,
Understood?
gotcha. Is there gonna be elevators in there? It's only 2
Yes,
stories.
there would be one in the middle of that component there as well.
Yeah, so I don't know if that messes with your elevator banks or what, but
We can solve that.
yeah.
I think we just kind of drop back with the brick. Let's try and find something different with that. Let's take a look at that. I love the design. I do like the signage in it. How you had like police, whatever, kind of reminds me of downtown Charleston, how they took the old buildings and they would do that. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. So that's just something we'll have to,
That's part of why we had the other identity
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the upper as
Yeah,
well to kind of.
but I do love it. I do think it looks really great with the building. So I do like that.
Bill,
Good job. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Justin?
I think the only thing that I'm concerned about, not much we can do about it, but the rear view of the parking deck
Mhm.
behind that appears to be single family detached.
Mhm.
What kind of buffer or mitigating aesthetics are we looking at?
I think that's a great point. I'm actually very glad that you brought that up. The dimensionality of that site will require us to be working very close in proximity to that property line. It's not quite a 0 lot line, but it would be within the 5-foot range. And that is because the width of the parking garage is a modular dimension that really needs to have, I'll just use the 120 foot as the simplified version of that. So we're really pressed for that. I think that property is actually zoned commercial or is in the commercial district, but it is within the public land, I guess, flexibility as the current zoning on the property. That is a key component to achieving the parking counts required for the site. I think if that's an element of concern, I would rather surface that sooner as opposed to later. Perhaps there's an elevated cladding of that, perhaps because of its proximity, but the nature of that dimension is sort of driven by the modularity of the garage.
Less than 5 feet. Are you going to require fire curtains?
I don't believe so, but if so, we will go investigate that as part of our continuing due diligence. Good question.
It'd be nice. I mean, just a suggestion. It'd be nice if we could look into hiding that more, maybe some sort of vine or green aesthetic. So when I'm looking out my back door, if I live there, I don't see a parking deck. It's a little
Certainly.
softer.
Green screen
Just a thought.
opportunities are a great suggestion, especially as that kind of minimizes the dimensionality as opposed to a full planting. I think that's a great idea.
Because at that point, it's only what, 25 feet up,
What's that? I'm sorry.
25 feet in height on that side?
Yeah,
from
it's
grade?
actually just only 2 stories because the lower story is below grade on that side. Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I got.
Thank you.
The only thing I agree is the brown brick just needs to have more of a red tone. Other than that, I thought the design was great. Good comment about the parking garage, and I think it's a great looking building layout.
Thank you.
Right. I think it looks great. The only thing I have that probably wasn't mentioned was the plaza between the police and municipal courts and the parking garage. It does seem to me it's larger than it would be used on an everyday use.
Mhm.
I would think maybe it could be smaller and more human scale or more trees brought in or something that makes it feel a little bit more comfortable walking into the police station rather than kind of the majestic. Just a suggestion, something for you to kind of consider. But I think it looks great. We talked about materiality for the building, so I'd ask you to also, this is a good example of the materiality that's been used in Somerville the last, say, 10 years, which is bluestone and have these brick edging and decorative grates. Just kind of look at that, and maybe there's something that would inform the kind of the where people walk on this building as well.
Great suggestion.
Thank you. Were they asking for conceptual, preliminary? What?
Conceptual.
Okay. We don't vote for conceptual. I would think we all agree it's headed down the right path. I think you did. I think the design looks great, and kudos to the steering committee. You did an awesome job, and I also commend you on how you tied the architecture into Somerville and what makes it look like it's Somerville. I think you did a great presentation.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate everyone's feedback this evening. Look forward to seeing you at the next time.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna move right along into signs. So this is a request to allow 2 monument signs on a corner lot. The UDO only permits for 1 monument sign, unless the design review board grants allowance for a second sign for the corner lot. And I will let the applicant go over their request.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Collins Corbett with Anchor Sign here in Charleston. We are looking to rebrand the Bank of America on North Main Street to their new branding. It's currently at the corner of Highway 17 and 78. The Highway 17 side currently has a large 20-foot pylon with a monument sign on the Highway 78 side. And we're proposing to bring both of those out and put in 2 new monument signs for the rebranding of the facility here.
Do you want me to jump to the existing signs or? the
Yes,
proposed?
please. These are this is from the bank sign family, I'd say 15, 20 years ago. There's been 6 iteration changes since then. I'm sure everybody's seen the new logo, more modern, all capital letters, different font, build colors and stuff like that. They've gone away from the silver to a white now on everything, and then trying to shrink everything down to a monument style. Almost same height as what's existing, but it has a different base to it.
Are you wanting to put the signs in the same location?
So we would shift it over, same setbacks. We'd fall within criteria for setbacks and everything, but just shift it over and basically cut the footer off, go 12 inches below grade, fill it back in with soil and grass on top of it, and then dig a new footer right next to it.
Okay.
Digging those old footers out would do a ton of damage to that landscaping area.
So the overall height looks like it's 6 feet for both of them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think typically, just go ahead. Jump to it is typically if we had a brick base and it's a 6-foot height, that's what we've historically approved. I think that would be appropriate here. I think you're so close, just at the brick base, I'd probably be happy with it, but, and brick base to match the building. Real brick, not a sticker. That happened one time. But,
Gotcha.
any other comments?
I have a question on location.
Yes, sir.
I actually bank here and I always have a hard time finding the entrance to the driveways.
Yes, sir.
Have you considered signage or relocating these signage closer to the driveways? So it's very apparent.
So where the signage is now, there's underground utilities and stuff like that. It's pretty much, we're in line of where we are. I think they are going to put some directionals, non-illuminated directionals that fall within code that will tell you where the drive-through entrance is, stuff like that.
Yeah, Peter, this is part of a larger signage package. Submittal is just the 2 monument signs were the only things that couldn't be approved at a staff level.
And then I just want to reiterate what Chris was talking about as a base. I think if you look at the architecture of the building, there is some kind of low country masonry.
It's brick. There's some dental molding on the
So if you can,
exterior ATM feature with some glazing and stuff like that on it.
instead of just putting a flat base, articulate it like the building,
Yeah.
use the same brick as the building.
We can do that. Do you want full width or 2/3? You want the brick, the base that the brick is going to be on to be the full width of the sign, or
Yes,
we've done them either way, full width base or 2/3?
yes, full width.
Okay.
And then with some landscaping also, like you indicated here,
Yeah, there will
around the
be some
masonry base.
plantings and stuff like that around it. That'll be done by the general contractor who's doing the majority of the renovations. We're just doing the signage portion.
And if, are they looking for final approval today? I think the planter at the base needs to be integrated with the base and not just planting around a base. So I don't know if you can show a sketch to staff and let them make final approval. Do you know what I'm talking about? You,
Like a brick planter, almost something that would surround it, like an elevated bed.
I just think it needs to be integrated with the monument base.
Any particular height?
It could be low.
Are you talking like a brick coursing?
You just something, you put the brick in and then you do the planting outside the brick underground.
Right.
Use the brick almost like a bed edging.
Not a plant, brick is the base.
Yeah,
The planting is outside.
It's an edge.
yeah, use the brick as a bed edging almost, and then do a bed box inside. Is there a size that you would want to come out to see, or?
Not in, you don't plant within the brick, you plant outside the brick on the ground, surrounding the brick.
I believe he's asking, how do we incorporate that bed as Peter has described it? And I
So
think
you have a full width brick monument underneath the full width of this sign,
Yes, sir.
and, you know, masonry depth, whatever the full brick is.
Mhm.
And then around that base, you have your planting,
Outside the brick.
obviously, yes. But make it more substantial so that it's not just
Yeah, that's
a
exactly
bunch
what I was
of
talking about.
pansies. Okay.
Yeah,
You see that, Chris?
I was just, I was
Yeah.
misunderstanding when he was saying about
Brick,
planting it
yeah.
outside the brick. I was,
Plant.
Right.
No, no, brick, no,
That's the brick.
no. Brick is around the side. Base on the side.
Yeah, I think so.
More like a plant. Not a planter of brick. Right. A plant of brick.
Becca,
Side of this.
I have a
outside
question.
brick.
Is landscaping required for freestanding signs now?
Yes.
Can we just leave it to what staff would approve normally as opposed to designing
Yeah,
it for them?
landscape.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So the brick base, which is the same size basically as the sign,
yes, sir.
and outside of the brick, outside the brick. Plant.
Yes. Yes, that will be there.
In the ground.
Yes, sir.
Dirt.
Yeah, I was confused about the brick edging. Sorry.
All right, any other comments? Would someone like to make a motion?
Make a motion, we approve that.
So your motion is approval with planting to be approved by staff.
With
And,
a brick
with
base.
a brick base. To match the build, right? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Thank y'all.
All right, moving right along to old business. We have 751 Orangeburg Road, which is an addition of a mail kiosk structure to the previously DRB approved plan for the amenity center at, this is Pineland Preserve, correct? All right, I'll hand it over to the applicant.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Huff with HLA on behalf of Mungo Homes. So as Becca mentioned, we received the final approval on the amenity center. Previously, we did not include the mail kiosk structure as part of that previous package. We were showing the kiosk location, which is highlighted there at the bottom right. We just did not have the structure itself included. Here's a color rendering of the proposed kiosk structure. We're matching the aesthetic and materials of the amenity building. And then we also added some plantings and palm trees, I believe, around the kiosk structure. And I mean, really, that's about it, unless you guys have any comments or questions. The roof? Be black standing seam, metal roof. It's again, it'll be the same as the amenity building. Yep.
Yeah, the lighting under, it looks like it's motion activated, correct?
I don't know.
Yeah. So
Most likely.
do we know how bright it's gonna get with regard to under canopy versus outside the foot candles or lumens or whatever measurement we want to
Typically,
use?
it's just enough to light the kiosks, so the mail, it doesn't need anything outside.
Excellent. I'm also worried about the opposite effect of it being too bright under the kiosk that you can't see beyond the edge, so you don't know who's out there waiting for you, kind of thing, like we do on gas stations. So just want to make sure that it was appropriately, it's bright enough, but it's not too bright.
Understood.
I think it looks good.
All right, anybody else? I'll make a motion for final approval. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll say, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Right, any opposed? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we have 1310 North Main Street. This is the MUSC Somerville Medical Facility. I believe y'all are asking for final review. I apologize. I put that down as preliminary. Let's get over. Since the last submittal, the applicant has provided an arborist evaluation. So that is an update to the staff report. Staff felt that the impact to the trees could be reviewed at a staff level, so this will not require tree protection board approval. I have the comment about the bicycle parking that will need to be provided, and then our comments. Brick has been incorporated into the front elevation, flanking the front entrance as well as within the canopy columns. Also, awnings are present at all exterior doors with the exception of the staff entry on the west elevation. The applicant will need to advise on the suggestion of adding the rain trellis for the handicap parking. Regarding the dumpster screening and generator specifications and screening, those details will need to be submitted as they have not yet been provided. And then there was a comment regarding downsizing the rooftop mechanical screening where possible while still screening the units at our last meeting. And it appears that the parapet in the front has been raised, but the applicant will need to advise if the screening has been reduced. And I'll hand it over to you.
My name is Michael Lubin. I'm with E4H Architecture. I wanted to start by thanking all of you for all the feedback and correspondence you've given us on this project. We're very happy to be working with our client and to bring this facility to your city. We think it's a really good use and it'll help overall to the overall medical care to your city. The process for design review of this or exterior design and site review of the project has been a collaborative project where we've received a number of feedback comments from staff and from your board to address that. There were a number of comments that were by staff. I did bring a handful of copies of our responses to those. I apologize. I should have sent those, but I will go through those comments. But I wanted to start by saying there's been a number of things that we've gone through and done in an effort to coordinate and collaborate with the project. The initial building was an ethos building, which was a standard was developed in our work with MUSC hospital staff. That was not an appropriate design solution for your city. We've worked through, we understand that brick is the correct material for your city. It is the correct material for the low country. And we've modified the building to be a brick building. In addition to that, I did bring the sample board. I'll show that to you in a second. What was suggested in terms of the exterior material was to look within the family of buildings in that general vicinity and to find a brick that speaks to and is coordinated with and is in that realm. We believe we've done that with the brick that we've got. It is a blend of that same color family, so it's not a single color. It's more of it's a blend. But it does coordinate with the area. It will fit in there, and it will make the building feel like it is a part of the neighborhood and part of the sense of the community. We've had some other comments related to the exterior design of the building. One was specifically a request to raise portions of the building. We did raise the front sail on the building. The sail is an icon that we were requested to add to the building by the MUSC folks. It's an icon that relates back to all, tries to relate to all their campuses to kind of give them brand awareness so that people understand this is a medical university of South Carolina facility. So you know the kind of healthcare you're going to receive there. But it was raised per your request. And we've also raised and pushed the corners of the building out slightly to create a little more interest and a little more variety to the sides of the building so that it isn't monolithic and kind of a box thrown out on the site with no attention to detail. We've also worked with your staff in siting of the building. Originally, we were more centrally located. It is a narrow site for the building that we have. It was originally a little more central, but we've shifted it over, adjusted the design so that we have landscaping along the west side, lower portion as requested, and we've created a wider, nicer landscaping buffer along the east side, which is the prominent side that the public will see the building. One of the questions staff asked, and it was an option that was suggested at a previous meeting, was to provide trellis from the handicap parking to that. It was a suggestion. We did entertain it amongst ourselves and amongst the client. It was felt that because the building is designed specifically with a drop-off canopy intended per requirements of the state hospital code, so that patients come and they can be dropped off and brought directly into the building. We did not feel that there was a direct synergy from the handicap parking to there. We also thought that, our client suggested that it might be a little bit more of a maintenance issue, and it would detract from the overall image of that side of the building. So we opted not to do that. Going through the remainder of the questions, we did bring the meeting board. We brought additional boards showing the other items on the site, the dumpster, the generator enclosure. We've got those over there so that you can look at those and review them and feel comfortable with them. If you'd like, I can go through the different materials that we've brought on the sample board. How would you prefer me to do that?
You want us? Yeah. That's right. If you want to sit it on those chairs, that usually works. Sure.
This is the color of the sale. This is like the green of the sophisticated color. The white is the green of the campuses. The question about reducing the food that they go back over here, and then pull back to the also that's all the this is our panel glass, our vision glass. That's what we're doing.
Do you mind bringing it up to the light? Because the light's different here than it is there. Thank you. You can set it down if you want. Rotate that a little bit so we can see it down too. As far as brick goes, my comment would be the same as we had earlier, is the building that is existing there now, that brick color, I think is very appropriate for Somerville. And these buildings have a little bit darker brick. To me, in this light, these look a little sandy and light. I would just.
We just need a normal Somerville brick. Generation.
We were trying to, we looked.
Just ask if you double check, particularly the buildings on this old part of Main Street right here.
Okay.
At the end where Cupamana is, that's a good representation of Somerville brick. Again, in the light, it may look like you're right on, but in here, it looks like it's a little off. So I just ask you to look at that.
Okay, so you're looking for a
Darker,
Somerville brick,
right?
not necessarily a brick that's of the building that is right adjacent to it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
So we had a little bit of a misunderstanding.
Okay, yep. And then I know one of, I think it was a staff comment, or maybe it was one of our previous comments. Does anyone else need to see the sample?
No.
You can set it down if you want.
You can sit down.
And it's on this elevation, I think, was, I know you, and thank you for the summary, on the responses. You added, I know you added overhangs over most of the doors, but there was one you felt like you didn't need to.
We added overhangs over all the doors. There was a question about the one door along the side facing the parking lot, which would be the east side. That door is actually recessed into the side elevation. So it is covered also.
Okay. And in this elevation, thank you for that. In this elevation, the exterior light fixtures of the doors look like a wall pack that would shine in people's faces. Where you ask those to be shielded, so it shines down, but it's not blinding a car or something.
They are.
Okay.
Do you need a cut sheet for that, or
Submit it as part of your CVs to staff, I think.
I'm sorry.
You can submit it to staff.
Okay, will do.
Are there accent lighting for this facade? Because right now it's very opaque. What are your thoughts on that? Nighttime lighting? And not just functional, but
We
enhance the
really
architecture.
don't have any architectural lighting on the exterior of the building. It's really just the standard site lighting that we have. I guess one of the things that we kind of looked at it is that the sail is a large feature, and it has a large expanse of glass, and the glass actually becomes kind of an icon or a light element that draws people in. So we're really kind of working off of that.
And there's lights in the canopy?
There are lights in the canopy.
Okay.
I would recommend the canopies be 6 feet wide versus 3 feet wide.
I'm sorry?
The canopies should be 6 feet wide rather than 3 feet wide, so that they extend over the door on each side by 18 inches to offer protection. They don't offer any protection if they don't extend past the edge of the doors.
But the canopy, it cantilevers out. What it's designed to is, I mean, it's longer. It's actually quite long.
No, these are the smaller canopies over the individual 3070 doors.
Like on the bottom elevations, what you're talking about.
Yes, the bottom elevations. Then you can then lower the canopy
Oh,
also.
okay. You're talking about the covers over the doors.
Yes.
You'd
little
like those to
canopies over
project
the-
out a little bit further?
18 inches each side, which would make 6 foot overall, and then recess the light within the canopy. So lower the canopy somewhat to where the light is, and then recess the light to within the canopy.
Okay. I think that's a little different than what I think we were anticipating for those, but I think we can accommodate it.
Yeah, it's a lot different, but
Any other questions or suggestions?
So the curtain wall at the front entrance, that is clear glass?
It is clear glass.
Clear glass, clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the intent is, I mean, it's a hard to see here, but it is a pretty clear glass.
being low E and Temple Bank.
Any other comments?
How much did you raise it by? The sale portion of it? You said you raised it. Do you know by how much?
It was already fairly tall. we only raised it a foot.
Okay.
We raised the corners a foot also. And like I say, the point of raising the corners and raising the sail was to, the corners was to make it so that the elevation was not basically uniform and monotonous. It would give it interest, give it, hierarchy. The sail was raised, to give it a little more hierarchy over top of the brick that we just raised.
Can you go to the side elevation?
And one of the other things that we did to add interest, as you can see on this elevation, is that over all of the exterior windows, we did add, I believe it's about a 12-inch or so, basically a sun shading device over top of all the windows to create a horizontal band, create more interest and complexity to the exterior elevation. Also gives you a little shade and improves that.
Jared, any other comments?
I mean, I think it would look nicer if you raised it even higher, but it's not something that I would try to hold you guys to. I realize the glass facade is probably pretty expensive and it's going to be a pain to maintain. So, I just think it would look even nicer if it could be raised slightly more, but you did address the comment.
So you wanted an additional foot?
I'm not gonna hold, it's not a requirement. It's just, I think it would look nicer even if it was raised
Suggestion.
slightly, minimally
Suggestion.
more. Yeah.
A suggestion.
Recommendation.
I think it looked better if you left it alone.
You got one recommendation for, one recommendation against. So
So do nothing.
Right.
Tammy, you have anything? Bill, any other comments?
I don't like the two elevations I'm looking at here on April. What those elevations are pretty flawed. Both of them. The one's left, one's right, correct?
One's an east elevation, the other one's a west elevation.
East and west, left and right, and they're just. You got downspouts, scuppers. You got what? I can't read it. It's narrow, small windows.
They are smaller windows and that's intentional.
Yeah.
Behind the elevation are the exam rooms of for the emergency department. And they are a clear story so that the patient can get natural light into the room without the fear of somebody being able to see them.
I don't know what you do with the Bly elevation other than add pilasters or plasters or whatever, to get some kind of something going with that Bly elevation. It looks like the back of a Walmart store right now. Essentially.
I think if you, on an elevational plano view like that you see right there, it may be seen that way. But if you look at it in the perspective view, with the variety of the, the one in the lower.
Well, this looks a lot better in perspective with the depth of the canopies.
Yeah, the canopies
Give you some shadow lines.
add interest and shadow and depth of the elevation. Like I say, the corners have been pushed out and raised up to add variety. I think when you look at it in true light and in perspective, it is not as flat and planar as what you see in the
Okay,
elevation.
you're right. Skip it. You're correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Peter, anything?
It looks good. I like the brick articulation that you did on the masonry wall.
Okay, thank
I
you.
think that's very important important aspect of your design.
It relates back to one of the things that they have as a signature on all of their other campuses. They have basically a shiplap looking material
on the corners. We understand that that was not a correct answer for here, but we wanted to kind of still have a similar echoing of that so that there wasn't brand within within the focus of what your town needs.
Candy? Okay. Justin? The only, good.
Yep.
The only minor comment I have is I noticed, don't see it in these perspectives, but in the renderings, there's a lot of bollards and they look like they're painted yellow.
And that they don't have to be.
Yeah,
If you
I
want
mean-
them another color, tell me what color you want them and we'll paint them that color.
Stainless steel would go really well with this,
Okay.
or what is it, powder coated?
Mhm.
That kind of looks
Motor coat.
powder coated to match or similar to the sail. Would look good. And now if it's in a dumpster that rarely gets seen, that's one thing, but when it's in that pedestrian realm, I'd like you to upgrade those finishes.
The obviously the intent of why they're shown that way is that we want to make certain people are aware of them, but
Sure.
you're real right. I understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay, so they're asking for final approval.
I believe they have the dumpster enclosure
Okay.
and generator details to show y'all as well. But yes, they are asking for.
And the dumpster enclosures, the generator enclosures are brick to match the building.
What's the color of the gate?
Color of the gates.
The key, the color of the gate.
And maybe on
will
there.
be to match the gray metal.
Very good. Color of the gate to match the gray metal. Okay.
Can you do the same brick coursing that you did on the building on these walls
Yeah, it's the same.
with the protruding brick?
It doesn't have
band?
the protrusions on it.
Can you do that?
We can, we prefer not to. I mean, we prefer to try and keep it's a generator enclosure or a trash enclosure. We prefer to kind of have them in the same vocabulary, but we don't want to play them up and make them more of a focal design. We just want them there and understood, but to fall back into the.
How tall is that brick? It looks fairly, the enclosure looks fairly large, so it almost looks like a building.
The generator enclosure is about 10 or 12 feet. I don't remember exactly how tall. The dumpster enclosure are usually like 6 or 8 feet.
I'd like you to use the same brick coursing
So
On both or just?
Where you,
on these structures.
on the body of the wall, you can use the same courses and not on the corner details.
it's all basically, the forcing it's just a standard forcing.
Yeah.
What you're asking for is just the protrusion of the corner, slightly out from, because we don't have a soldier portion or anything like that. It's just a running bump. But we do pull the corners out slightly on the building itself, like I say, to give it emphasis
And to create a shadow line
and to create shadow.
right.
So
So I think these structures are large enough.
you want the. Okay.
So it looks like a real column at
And
the
it looks
corners.
part of the building, part of the complex.
Okay, so I'll order them to pull it out. It'll only be probably like a 2 foot by 2 foot little corner pushed out. But it will give that little bit of an.
You want that
Any
on
other-
both? You want that on the dumpster and the.
Sure.
On this structure, yep, on these structures.
Dumpster and generator.
I mean, these are big
both of them.
structures. If they were just small,
Yeah.
but 8, 10 feet tall.
Yeah, the dumpster, it's tough, kind of back left, the really view of that is you're gonna be looking more at
The door.
more the gates, and the back is up against the drive pond, kind of the back.
Yeah.
That's surrounded by
Really
landscape.
Visible.
Generator's pretty visible, but the dumpster's not as much.
Generator enclosure, will be much more visible, although it's hard to see here, but I believe the building that's being constructed on the other site will effectively screen it by and large. You will not see it, and you'll see it as a patient drop off and they're intended to flow all the way around the building and back out to the parking. So you'll see it on the generator enclosure. So with that, are we still saying generator enclosure and the dumpster, or maybe now with the dumpster?
Just do both.
Do both.
I don't think it's necessary.
All right, any other comments? Good, okay, so last one for, sounds like it'd be a final approval, sounds like it'd be with conditions. Someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion with the conditions.
Okay, so if you don't mind, I'm gonna list the conditions. The door canopy adjustments, that Bill mentioned, the wide, I think they were 6 feet wide.
You said 18 inches on the side,
18
18 inches hang over on both
That's right.
sides.
18 inches left, 18
Okay.
right.
And put the,
Overall, 6 feet.
and put
And
the
then
light,
canopy and the light.
Sorry.
light.
Or
in the
light
canopy.
in the
the
canopy.
canopy.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Lower the canopy to where the light is and put the light in the canopy.
Okay.
We prefer a darker brick that matches downtown. Right, or darker bricks. Paint the bollards to match the sail, or powder coated,
Yeah.
with powder coated or stainless steel.
And how do you want to review the brick? How do you want us to do that?
Typically, it would be reviewed at a staff level when you submit for your building permit.
Okay.
I would review that, so I would verify based on the comments handed down by the board.
And the last I have is both the dumpster and the generator have the, I guess, articulation that was to match the building.
Little common sense here. If you don't even see it, the dumpster, it's back in the back. I don't understand why we make them change something. It's just no need.
It's an
Okay.
easy
I'm
change.
not even sure it needs to be on the generator. I think the way they're presented is fine. But that's, I mean, I need to say that because I feel very strongly about it.
Sure, absolutely.
Sometimes I think we just get over managing.
Sure.
I have a question about that, by the way, since we were talking about the side and what is the proximity to the bank currently under construction in relation to this drive aisle, the generator and the, I mean, if you can't see it, cause we're not seeing that there's a bank literally, maybe, I don't know, y'all were here when it got approved, not me, but seems like if the bank's 5 feet, 10 feet off the property line.
The bank is, if you mirrored 1300 North Main on the other side of the road, it's roughly in that same.
Okay, so it's up next to the corner.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, never mind.
Yeah.
Just questioning.
That's good.
All right, so Tammy, it's up to you because it's your motion. If you want both the dumpster and the generator with that articulation, or if you want to,
So, yeah.
I mean, my suggestion is if you're gonna do it at all, do it only on the generator because the dumpster's hidden.
I agree. Whatever you can see, the one that you can see. So I agree, you could do the one and not the other.
Just do them both because we don't know what you're gonna see.
What you wanna do?
We're gonna do both. Let's
Okay.
move on.
Oh, both of them.
All right. So those are all the conditions. So that's a final approval with conditions. We had a second. Did we have a second? All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate working with you.
Thank you. That's
All
great.
right.
Thank you for listening, and your presentation was good, and how you tied it into the low country as well.
Well, design's supposed to be a collaborative thing, so I mean, it's all the interested parties working together.
We did a great job. Thank you.
All right. Moving along, we are now going to be doing a preliminary review of 615 North Cedar Street. An arborist evaluation of the existing trees on site has been provided and is currently being reviewed by the town arborist. I did want to note, thank you. I did want to note that it does appear that some of the trees that were accounted as being saved were not on the actual property, but in the right of way or on the neighboring property. So just a point of clarity there for everyone to be aware of. Landscaping islands with large maturing trees need to be a minimum of 200 square feet of pervious space per tree. The applicant has provided some responses to some comments from the previous meeting, which I'll let them go over, and I'll hand it over to y'all. Just let me know where you want to jump around in the packet.
Okay. Yeah, if you just want to go, here's our cover page. If you want to go to the narrative, I'm Gabby Purdue. I'm with Tightline Designs, which is the architecture firm. And this is Sawmill Crossing. We're proposing 42 multifamily apartment units. And sorry, next slide. So here's just a general layout of the site. It's a 4-story building, 42 units, 6 1-bedroom, 25 2-bedroom, and 11 3-bedroom with accessible units and sight and hearing impaired units. There are multiple amenities throughout the site, both interior and exterior, and it's wood frame and truss construction. So I guess I wanted to just let the site people give a overview of the location and any site updates that we've made, and then we can jump into the architectural design.
Okay, so I'm Tim Brutcher with Carolina Engineering. The site's located, it's a 1.7 acre site. It's located between, I guess, 5th North and 6th North off of North Cedar Street. We're accessing it from 6th North Street. We got our stormwater pond will be addressed. Up along Cedar Street will be a dry retention pond. We have permeable pavers. Also, to help with stormwater, we're going to be doing underground retention system for both quantity and quality. Water and sewer we have access to off of Cedar Street. And dumpster, you see our location there. Last time we came, there was comments about Uber drivers dropping off food. We provided 2 loading, unloading spaces. So if the parking is full and you in the rear, you can come drop off your groceries to save the walk or help out with any of that. Josh, you got anything for landscaping?
Where's the underground detention located?
It's not, it's going to be, oh, sorry. It's going to be in between the, you see the catch basins right now, it's running towards the building. So we don't have all our final piping in there, but it will be added.
Gotcha.
We have 100.
Just under the main parking lot.
Yeah, underneath the main parking, it'll be 166 units. So.
Good afternoon. I'm Josh Tiller with JK Tiller Associates. We're the landscape architects on the property. And today's a bit of a homecoming for me. I actually spent part of my childhood living at 212 South Gum Street, which is just a couple blocks away from here. So I'm familiar with Flower Town and the importance of the landscape. So we try to bring a lot of those elements into the site, including a lot of flowering shrubs and trees. I know there was a couple of questions from staff related to tree mitigation, and we had some confusion whether or not we could count some trees towards the mitigation that were saved. Those 11 trees as submitted were not counted towards the mitigation. There are a few trees on the perimeter that kind of straddle the property line, and we weren't too sure if we could count those towards. If you look to the upper part of that plan, there's that large tree that kind of straddles. And I think that was kind of a question we had for today, whether or not those could be counted. We did not count any of those trees towards mitigation, but it'd be good if we could get some feedback on that. And related to the trees in that central core of the parking area, we do have some large overstory trees in that area, which don't meet that, the areas that they're planted within don't meet that standard square footage. They're just under 200 feet. We could remove those trees, but we wouldn't meet the mature canopy coverage of the parking lot. One idea we floated this week was eliminating, if you look at the 2 middle peninsulas on the perimeter parking area. We could eliminate that and then increase, because we're going to end up losing 2 spaces, but we could increase the size of those peninsula plantings to accommodate those larger overstory trees and meet that mature canopy coverage of the parking lot.
And that's a sidewalk running down the middle of the parking bay.
Correct.
Is that required?
Yes.
Required by the state agency or?
Yeah, it's access, any access from any parking spot, you've got to have a sidewalk direct access. So we've got sidewalks at the ends of each of those parking spaces that people can step onto.
Yeah, next. Yeah, if you can, yeah, go ahead and scroll down to the elevation views, that'd be great. Yeah, they should be at the end of the presentation. Plans. Let's see, maybe a colored elevation would actually be the best view to look at. So this elevation is along North Cedar Street. We really appreciated you guys' feedback from the last meeting and tried to incorporate more contextual materials on the building. So as you can see, we're proposing mostly brick, and that kind of gives the building a good base, and then a lighter top element with the board and batten siding that is more regional than the panels that we were previously proposing. We also tried to base our color selections off of the Somerville area. So that's where we're getting the brick color and kind of the blue coastal color for the background lap siding. If you can go to the next elevation. Yes, so this is along West 5th North Street, and you guys had a comment about kind of emphasizing that entry piece along this street. So we've added a tower there that has contrasting colors, some signage, and an overhang to kind of elevate that entry area. We also added in more variation to our roof line by incorporating more pitch balconies, as well as a tower element at the corner to kind of give it the presence that it needs there at the corner, and it kind of pays homage to southern towers that are referencing watchtowers along coastal areas. So here are some perspective views of the site. This is at the corner of Cedar and West 5th Street. You can see that entry element there, and keep going. This one is along West 5th Street, 5th North Street, sorry. And then this is a view from the parking lot, which shows our amenity areas. We have a dog park, a picnic pavilion, and a playground for the residents who are living here. We also added in the crosswalk, as you guys asked for from the last meeting, from the parking area. And this is a view of that playground area. And this is the entry off of the parking lot.
Just are the plantings and the rendering accurate with the plan?
Yes, for the most part, we tried to match what Josh was showing on his landscaping plan and try to keep it as accurate as possible. Okay. You guys review.
You want me to kick this off?
Sure.
Okay. So I don't know how we're gonna come together on this, but this looks like a hotel. I'm sorry, it just does. It looks like a hotel that you can see when you got off the interstate, right here, up towards Nexton. You are in the middle of town. As a resident that lives in town of Somerville, I don't want to see this here. So I don't know where we're gonna come. We gotta come around and come up with some ideas to make this a little bit different. But this is a flat box looking, that looks kind of like a hotel. I don't know how it's just, you know, we're gonna have to meet somewhere to get this to look differently because of where you are. I'm sorry, it just is what it is. So.
Okay, so some more depth in the elevation.
I think we're just gonna have to talk about this all the way around. This just is, I don't know, let's get some ideas from the board here, but this looks like a hotel up at Nexton. It does not look like an apartment complex, and it does not look like it belongs in the middle of town. So Maybe we can come up with some ideas.
I think during conceptual design, we saw this elevation and we talked about adding some more architectural presence without getting into the details because it was just conceptual. And obviously some low country detailing. And someone probably misinterpreted maybe that comment to just the entrance. Because it was not just the entrance, it was the entire building. And especially the elevations along on the public right of way. And also we talked about, it seems the site is not fully utilized. I mean, less than half the site, just looking at it visually, is this building. And then the majority of the site is a parking lot. And I don't think that's what we're looking for. And there is no design elements of the parking lot. There's no description of what's happening there besides just some landscaping and maybe a retention pond, but that doesn't, that's such a large public right of way to devote to a parking lot that I feel is misappropriate.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we tried to make our massing kind of, hold that corner there. That is that main intersection. So the building is what you're seeing and the parking lot is more kind of off of 6th Street. So you're a less trafficked intersection there. And we wanted to, I'm sorry.
If I could, for this one, I'm gonna say, let's talk about it as a board first.
Oh, sorry. I'm
And
sorry.
then,
Yeah.
Then we'll let you respond.
Okay.
Not that I'm saying don't respond. It's just, I think it'd be a little bit more smooth if we just kind of all talked about it first, and then I think we can then get through it. Yeah, anything you want to add real quick?
Yeah, I'm gonna disagree with my colleagues up here, not with regards to the heartburn, but so much, I don't know how else with parking requirements and everything, bioretentions and stormwater. I don't know how else to set this up on this site. The building needs to be on 78. I disagree with that. I think where I have problems with it is the massing of it. I think they took what we said and they applied it, and it was a better submittal than what they last submitted. But I'm still concerned about the height. Like, for example, one of the notes I have on here is she mentioned the watchtower feature. Great. I love that. We see that in the police department, the public safety. Where are you going to see that off site? It's 4 stories up. You're going to have to be on the other side of the hospital for that standard to even. So I don't disagree. It doesn't fit here in terms of the architectural. I think it's a better attempt, but I think 4 stories when the next closest thing is a gas canopy across the street, or the hospital, for example, which is only 2 stories. I don't disagree with density. The first one's always the hardest. And I don't think this needs to be the first one.
Else?
I noticed that the unit mix is skewed towards 2 and 3 bedroom units. Was that based on like a market study, or it just seemed like you had a low amount of 1 bedroom units?
Yeah, the development team does do a market study that they submit to the Housing Finance Agency of the state. And so that's where those unit counts are coming from.
Okay. And it reflects that, like, exactly the percentages, or I don't know what the metric is for how you decide.
I'm not involved in that market study, so I can't speak for the developer, but I know that they're pulling those numbers from studies that they've done.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I agree with the point of it seems a little too tall. And I guess in my mind, I'm wondering if you can change the mix to be more weighted on the 1 bedroom. Can you come out with the same amount of units? Maybe you adjust the footprint slightly, but you are able to kind of cut down at least 1 story. Those are my thoughts.
Bill, you have anything?
Number one, get rid of the name Sawmill,
They are working on changing it.
because it needs to be called Cedar Crossing. Because you got Sawmill Village with Harris Theater, then you got the other sawmill development where the hospital's being built now.
Yep.
If you could make this building look more like that hospital building with the pitched roof and the low country features, the design features of that hospital building are much better than the design features of this building. right now.
Which hospital building? At Sawmill?
The sawmill, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's under
Sawmill.
construction right now.
Under construction right now, yeah. Sawmill Village?
78
Uh,
VG.
78 to Berlin G. Myers. Now, it's a valuable piece of property. You've got to perform financially. Therefore, you've got to have so many square feet of income producing property. And whatever that is to make the financials work for your rental income, wonderful. You know what you're doing with that. And then based on that square footage, you got to have so many parking spaces per code. So how do you do that? Maybe instead of 4 stories, you go 3 stories and then put another story over the parking lot. I don't know. But you can play that game. I have no objections to the 4 stories because you got a 2-story office building across the street, which is ugly as sin. And then you've got they got the old hospital complex across the other street, which may end up being 4 stories too. Also. So I really don't have an objection to the 4 stories, but I don't like the architectural features of the building. The worst elevation is the Cedar Street elevation. The other 3 elevations are better for some reason. I don't know why they have more articulation or whatever. They're not as massive. But anyway, those are all my comments.
I think at conceptual, we discussed at least 3 people, at least 3. So the initial concern was the height, scale, and mass. They may have said it in a different way, but it was, this looks too big. It's too big for this corner. I don't think that was heard, but I think we're pretty much all seeing it now. It's too big a building for there. And if you look at the comp plan, if you look at this plan, but if you look at the comp plan, I can't see the north arrow, but left of Highway 78, you can have high rises. Right of Highway 78, high rises here would be 4-story buildings. Right of Highway 78, comp plan says they need to be smaller buildings that relate to the neighborhood, relate to the houses that are there. There's houses that are businesses, but it's residential 1-story houses in nature. This is the tallest building that would be in Somerville, with the exception of out of Nexton.
Right.
That's taller than this building. This is a 3-story building. That's a 4-story building. It's taller than the new police building. I think that a few years from now, this may be perfect, depending on what happens at 500 North Main. I agree with Justin that for this to be the first one, it's going to look wholly out of scale. It's going to be as tall as probably the taller pine trees that are out there right now. So I cannot imagine being someone that lives nearby that is all of a sudden seeing this huge building. I don't think it works at a basic level. And I apologize if you didn't hear us the first time at conceptual. Height, scale, and mass is not appropriate for this. If you come back or when you come back, I think the open space is very small for 42 units. You're going to have kids that've got a little playgrounds that's barely the size of a parking bay. The dog park is very small. The attention to detail on those elements was pretty poor, to be honest. Looked like
Chain link fence.
Yeah, this is downtown Somerville. Somerville is one of the most desirable places in the world. This development needs to meet those standards, and I don't think it meets those standards.
Okay, yeah, I think, or sorry, go ahead. Okay. the 4 stories is really important to be able to get the density that we've been approved by the Housing Finance Agency of the state. So that's kind of where we're getting that overall massing. But if we were to try and introduce some features that may make it more pedestrian friendly, like on a more pedestrian scale, would that be something that start to address your comments, like having the overall building be 4-story, but bringing some massing elements in that make it feel not as overwhelming?
I think that's a great suggestion. I think what other buildings have done in the past, I saw one earlier, I can't think of it right now, is along the street, it's a 2-story building.
Mhm.
When you go in,
Mhm.
it's 4-story.
Mhm.
You know, even this building right here, there's 2-story storefronts in front of it.
Mhm.
So when you're from the street, you can't tell that it's that big. The buildings right up front on Richardson look appropriate. They look like a storefront. They are storefronts. This is not, currently, this is not doing that. So I don't think making the pedestrian rail more a little bit better along the front is going to do it. It's the massing and scale.
Mhm.
But there's too much. 4 stories is too much on the street.
Mhm.
2 stories, 1 story, that's probably a little bit better. That's
Mr. Chairman.
Talking about Cedar Street and 78 or just Cedar Street?
maybe just Cedar, I don't know.
Maybe just Cedar.
I mean, I agree. I think that's an idea, is to stair step it up to reduce massing. I'd say that would be a great idea anywhere else. But the examples of this building, we're in downtown. I mean, you have residential on this block. And this is not the first time. So
There are 4 residences on Cedar Street.
I understand that, but my comments from a previous applicant last year was, I don't feel that it's appropriate for a 3-story condo to overlook somebody's backyard along Trolley. So I'm applying that same logic here. I think the design of it is our purview. The use, I have no problem with the use. I have no problem with and that's not our purview anyways. We have nothing to say on that. But when it comes down to, does it fit in the style and the character of the neighborhood? And Chris brings up a really good point about the comp plan that I didn't think of, which is, you know, you do have this transect model, and there seems to be a hard and fast line here of 78. While there's only 4 residents on the block, I believe we owe it to those 4 residents to make sure that the style and massing, which is what we've said before, fit into the character of the neighborhood. I'll do one better. 500 North Main may develop. It may not. And if we allow this to go under in terms of the size and the square footage of it, and 500 North Main is obviously a much larger property, I think we're doing ourselves a disservice in hopes that something comes and saves us from this decision.
There are only 4 houses left on all of Cedar Street. The rest are all business.
Is that their fault?
Including Seaman White Center.
Even a lot of the businesses are older homes. There's still a look.
No, they're all older homes that are turned business.
Right.
Sure,
There's
but
still
that-
Which is not the best thing to have going. It's a lot better to have a real business building.
Yeah, but there's still a look. That's that look that we have. It's,
But it ain't a good look. It
Still
needs to
what it
go
is.
away.
I'm not opposed to a home that's been turned into.
Well, I'm not either, but on the other hand, if you can upgrade to something commercial and not a rundown old brick ranch house.
And I'm with you. I don't disagree. I mean, some of the best restaurants within a stone's throw of this building is a former house. However, this is so far removed from downtown, and this is such I mean, this is going from, I got a 3-year-old who acts like she's 13. I mean, that's the joke, right? 13 going on 30 or whatever. It's such a jump. If this was a 2-story building surrounded by a whole bunch of houses that are now commercial or retail of some sort, or even a 3-story building, I think that changes the narrative. I think a 4-story building I mean, that's why they have form-based code. It doesn't matter what the use is on the inside for the most part. It matters on what it looks like from the street. I don't know. I feel like this is too soon to be having this conversation about this much massing. I don't disagree with the density overall. I just disagree with it in this location.
Okay. yeah, we can definitely take a look at, trying to reduce the massive D of it. Um,
One thing to keep in mind is the traffic count on this property is on Highway 78, West Fifth,
mhm,
North Street. It's, and Cedar Street's got a good traffic count, but not as much as 78.
mhm,
And the building is addressing 78.
right,
It's I think the big problem is how it addresses Cedar Street, where there's a gas station on the corner across on Cedar.
right,
Then there's a house that's occupied.
right.
And then there's Sixth Street, West Sixth,
Yep.
North Street. And there's a house, a very nice house on the corner. And then there's the chiropractic office behind that house on Sixth. And a doctor's office across the street from that. And at the end of the street, dead end, is another doctor's office. And the whole area is gone commercial, and the Hayes family and the Birds and all the families used to live there in the 70s and 60s and 50s are gone.
Right.
But the area is changing.
Yeah,
And I don't know what's gonna happen at 500, the old hospital.
mhm,
But it's gonna get bigger, taller, more densely occupied.
yeah.
That this area is subject to change. It
Yeah.
ain't gonna stay the same.
And I think, I mean, the project could be a catalyst for that if we can approach it appropriately. So finding a way to transition from the residential area to more urban.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak for this project or against this project?
From the audience, you mean?
Anywhere, yeah.
Copy.
Staff, do you have, Becca, do you have any other comments that maybe we didn't cover?
No, and happy to meet with you all to discuss the comments from the board further, and talk through options with y'all. So please reach out to me and we can set that up.
All right, anything else you'd like to mention before we, well, we can make a motion and then you'll have an opportunity, I think. No, do you have any comments you would like to?
No, I'm okay
Got
this
it?
time.
Okay. All right, and they're asking for preliminary approval.
I have a question.
Yep.
If we deny preliminary, is it, what's the recourse?
Come back and resubmit.
They would have to come back, resubmit.
Okay.
They wouldn't be able to resubmit the exact same plan. But
Significantly different based on
Yes.
staff's interpret. Gotcha.
yes,
Well, they could resubmit the same plan, just wouldn't do any good.
Yeah.
sure, Bill.
All right, would someone like to make a motion?
So I'll make a motion that we reject this preliminary design based upon height, scale, massing, site usage, and integration into the neighborhood.
All right, is there a second?
Is it possible to change usage to layout or something like that? I'm a zoning guy, so use irks me a little bit.
Usage is allowed. I think we cannot vote against the usage.
That was my point. Thank you.
Yes,
I'm sorry. Strike that.
strike that.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the denial, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much.
All right, so we are moving along to the next two items on the agenda, which would be our flood heirs property with the residential piece and the commercial piece as two items. Did y'all want to start with the residential portion? Okay. To quickly go over my staff report, some comments from the board at our last meeting, which they received preliminary approval, would be restudying the pond configuration and options for underground detention. The applicant will need to advise on that, as well as looking into providing more open green space where possible, not just meeting the 2% requirement. They requested a rendering that demonstrates the streetscape, including proposed colors and landscaping. They have provided multiple renderings of vantage points for the residences in the clubhouse. Clarifying sidewalk and connectivity was another comment. It looked like there were a few areas that maybe were pointed out. I think Jared pointed out one last time about a sidewalk transition, but we can get to that when y'all discuss the site. And there was a comment about the sideways being a more permanent material, and y'all will need to advise on that. But otherwise, I'll let you go ahead and present.
Absolutely. Thank you all again for the time. Daniel Scarda from the applicant. Appreciate you guys taking time to review the additional info we submitted here. And I have Chris Ackerman from Thomas and Hutton, and also Jamie from the architect's office here as well to help answer any questions. Just a brief overview of what we added. We did changes and conscious improvements to the amenity component of the clubhouse up front, as well as throughout the site where we felt we could improve on green space and usable area. We felt that the renderings were helpful in communicating that, especially with respect to color. Jamie can speak to some changes to the facades that we made in response to last time when we presented to you all. And Chris can speak to some of the water retention changes that were made to that pond, specifically with respect to visibility, which I think you'll see in the renderings. But obviously here to answer any questions you all have. Chris.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate everybody's time today. In regards to the site plan changes, I know the amenity focus was a big concern. One of the things that we did was we added to is there a way that you can go to the color rendering version, please? Of the site plan. I think there should be a couple. No, there's keep going. Yep, there we go. So one of the things that got in contact with Bonnie, and we're discussing the stormwater component and tightening up, and basically where they're showing that deck, we're actually pulling that pond closer to, so it's actually an overlook over the water. And speaking with Bonnie, that they have allowed that in the past, so that will be actually widened a little bit. She's a very, very busy lady, so trying to get back in contact with her was a little tough, but they have approved things like that in the past. There's also a pond overlook on the left side with like a little plaza seating area. We've also got seating all around. The area that we designated as the dog park is actually broken into 2 dog parks, a large and small. And basically this, the concept here is going to be, added to the fitness lawn and expanding of that, the area to the, I guess, east, with the pickleball court and the bigger pool deck and, additional plantings and whatnot. Other than that, we talked about the around that area. We did talk about some additional some lighting, foot lighting as well, between buildings. There is a couple of renderings that are also included from a visual standpoint. I'll let Jamie talk more about those. I think there was, the additional, like I said, the pond area is wider than it was before. It's not shown on this exhibit, unfortunately, but it is going to be a much wider area where the deck off of the back of the patio and amenity area is. Trying to recall, what was the other?
I'm sorry, you're gonna say.
I was going to ask you, there was I just want to make sure I've addressed all the. Yep. Sidewalk connection, yes. Yep, that was so no, that's the other. Yeah, there's an updated site plan Scroll up. There you go. You can see there on that site plan where that has changed, as well as the additional, yes, right there. And then over on the north side, you'll see where the additional tie-in to the trail. There you go. Correct. I believe that it addressed the remaining comments.
Yeah.
So you had something to say?
Yeah, I was just gonna say one thing on the amenity in terms of thinking it through. We were conscious about making it feel cohesive in terms of use, but also kind of compartmentalized where it can be enjoyed separately without interruption from, the pool to the grilling area, and the pickleball court. It kind of creates a natural separation, the way we landscaped it and the way that it lays out around the building. We've had success with that in other clubhouses. It's kind of hard if it's all, tandem unison. That was part of the conscious decision in this design. But happy to answer questions to our thought through that as well.
I think amenities come a long way. Appreciate that. I think it looks a lot better. What's the water surface elevation? I mean, the width of the kind of the ditch section.
So that area, I want to say it was 50 or 60 feet. I can't, originally.
Well, if it's
I was gonna say, there's an elevation of the clubhouse, if you could render.
if you look at the road, this is about the same width as a road, so it looks like it's 24.
I think that's not the scale. Yeah, I think that pond is but there's an elevation of the clubhouse that shows the pond behind it. I think it's a better representation of the way the pond will look.
But that's during that's at the 100-year flood level, isn't it? Or 50. I mean, is that the constant water surface elevation?
We've also raised the water surface elevation of that pond.
Okay.
It's not, if you look at, there's not a whole lot of flow going to that pond. So we're trying to maintain a higher water surface elevation.
So it's going to be aesthetic and there's not really any storage in there.
There is a little bit of
quantity
storage,
control.
but it's not.
Like you're not utilizing it for quantity control. It's for aesthetic purposes.
It's more for aesthetic.
And I was just saying that I thought the elevation contextualized the width a little bit better.
Sure.
In terms of seeing the site.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still going to say what I was going to say, but it may not apply. Okay.
Fair.
Is what I've seen successfully done in the past in other situations. I think it was even in some of your pictures. If instead of a deck, it's a bulkhead, that gives you more area that you can put tables and chairs and planting and all that. It was done at Del Webb. They did a good job on that, but it's just a bulkhead, which makes that outdoor space bigger instead of having the slope, although on the rendering it doesn't look like it's sloped very much. But I would say at this point, just something to consider. Whether it's bulkhead on both sides, and I'm not saying the entire pond, it can be just
in that front.
right here. Yeah. Or
Yeah,
maybe it's
we definitely looked at, and that's the way the amenity was drawn was with that intent. And I think that's what Chris was alluding to, that we looked
Right.
into it being possible, and we'd love to do that.
And again, talking with Bonnie, I wasn't 100% sure if it would be allowed.
Yeah.
Right. And so she did confirm that they've done it before and they would work with us.
right. And maybe you do it on the back of this building and across the pond, so to speak. There's a little low one. Maybe this one's 5 feet tall or something, and the one across the pond's 2. I don't know, just kind of throwing out suggestions out there.
Appreciate that.
Right.
I would also suggest that now this pond is aesthetics and an amenity for your complex here, that you do something to mitigate algae growth in the water.
Yeah, we usually use fountains to
Okay,
do
good.
that. We tried to get it in time for this rendering. It was hard to do with it, but yes, we usually, actually, I think in part of the package, there's other communities we've built where it shows a pond feature that we've done. So we plan on using
Good.
that fountain element. And you try not to, you try to avoid chemicals. Usually, as long as you're moving the water, it accomplishes that.
Looks like it'd be real easy in this picture, but you could extend that sidewalk across the pond in a boardwalk, which boardwalks are very common in this area, especially since it's a new
He
pond.
did mention that.
Yeah, we were looking into that. I didn't want to necessarily throw it out in the meeting, but yeah, definitely something we looked at. we're definitely looking into it. I think it could be a really cool, element to it too, is walking over water.
Yeah.
But with, as long as it pencils, I think it's something that we'd love to be able to do.
Thank
you. Definitely unique.
And then add some smallmouth bass.
Yeah. Get a couple poles and put them out there.
We'll get in there
That'd be fun.
somehow.
Water boxes.
Yeah.
I think maybe we should, go through all of the site first on this one, since we're kind of there already, and then get into architecture.
We're okay with the site, I think.
Well, let's go to bigger site plans or something. And could you, one more time, I think we talked about it last time, but there's a significant fall from the amenity center down to the screen left, correct? Is there?
So in regard to the sidewalk material?
Yeah.
Topo or?
Yeah, topo is like the FFE of the amenity versus these homes down on the lower left. Is it 5 feet? Is it a foot?
There is a drop. I know that we were stepping them down. I don't know. Off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly what that final is. Can you?
I think it was
contours on
6
there,
inch
so I
drops.
remember. Yes, it was.
Yeah, we were looking at, stepping the buildings down 6 inches per unit as we go down some of those grades.
Yeah.
There's contours there. I just don't remember what that final elevation.
I don't think it was as much as 5 feet though. I think
Okay.
it was less than that. I think if I remember correctly, 1.5 to 2 feet, depending on which side of the site.
Yeah.
Okay.
This side over here.
Are these 1 foot interval contours? Do you know? Yeah.
Yes.
So if that answers your question.
It looks like it's like 5 plus.
I think it was, I want to say it was 4 or 5.
Yeah.
4 or 5 feet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't remember it being that much.
It's not much. Very low percentage.
You're talking about like the units that run perpendicular to Berlin G. Those are the ones that are being stepped 6 inches, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Perpendicular, correct.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's 6 inches is pretty minimal.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, so when I first see the plan, it looks very, very dense. I think you said this last time, there's no place for, I don't think, and maybe you can tell me otherwise, there's no place to go throw a baseball with your kid or throw a frisbee with a dog or whatever. I mean, I appreciate what you did at the amenity center, but it's a very dense site, which seems a little weird that it's so dense this far outside of town for now. But, you know, that's the biggest concern I have is the lack of usable open space. Because if you want to do, again, go throw a baseball or something, there's no place to do it.
Oh, well, I mean, so, this is the first time I'm hearing a comment about throwing a baseball, but, while I can appreciate that, I think that, on paper with scale, that this looks, in line with, similar other densities we've seen, which is kind of where we got this from. But around the amenity, we do have an outdoor, area directly off the clubhouse that's green space, not pickleball or pool or deck. There's we call it, Chris referred to it as a fitness area. That's open turf space. There's also spaces out in front that we played with the idea of doing something like that, around that, to the left and right of those buildings in front of the clubhouse. But aside from making a pocket park somewhere, which I'm not really sure would be appropriate inside a residential community, we haven't really seen that in other places. But the dog area, we could repurpose part of that to, a dedicated pocket park, but I'm not really sure how, just in thinking out loud, what that would look like in terms of size and scope inside the site.
Can we see the overall color rendering, please? So again, I think at the end of the day, it's when you look at the other exhibits and you see, all the white areas and everything else. Yes, we've got some overflow parking, which we, think is important for guests and everything else. We've got the parking that's required, and then some. There are areas that, that there next to the dog park or in front of the amenity or between those buildings in the very front or, to the back of near the pond, the northwest side. There's some green areas and stuff that, I think that it's misleading when you look at the, all the white, so to speak, of that site plan.
It kind of flows naturally the way that the site is now. You're saying like that area above the pond,
Yeah,
above
I
that
mean,
parking
there's-
bay area.
Yeah.
Those are larger areas. We play with the idea of putting a playground behind that parking bay area to the top left of the site. We figured since we had the playground that we have for the daycare center, it kind of was a bit redundant.
Well, maybe just study it at this point. And I'd love to hear what other people think too, but maybe the building as you enter the site, first building on your right-hand side, maybe that needs to slide closer to the entry drive. So there's more, almost like a park under that tree that you worked around.
We could definitely look at that.
Maybe maybe that would help,
Yeah,
but
and it's close to the amenity too, so it's not
Yeah.
like a bad part of the site to leverage.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
and if you do that, maybe there needs to be a fence, a decorative fence all the way along Orland Myers Parkway, because this is a very important site. We want you to be successful, but we also want it to contribute to the community. This is kind of like gateway into Somerville. So maybe if there's pull up some of those typical Charleston details of the brick columns, wrought iron fence, or the metal fence or whatever, but I think that entire frontage is going to have to be really thought through as well. But that would help kind of contain that playground if there's when I say playground, I mean a play area.
Area, yeah. Open space. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
And I like that idea too, because it helps use that part of the site that we thought, we were worried about putting people in front of there just because of the road traffic. But if we put a fence or something that separates it, it's not as much of an issue.
Yeah.
So it's like concrete columns that are like
Well,
4 by
Charleston,
4 feet up.
Decorative.
that
Charleston
have
brick
white-
column that's like, it's probably 5 at the end of the day, but 5 and it's every 6 or 8 feet. That go down it. There's examples out there.
2 foot, 2 foot, about 6 foot.
Yeah.
Helpful.
Yeah. That helps tie it into the low country, which you've heard, we've been stressing that a good bit. So that's our job, but anyway, I talked a bunch, but any other comments on site?
I agree with Chris to an extent about the, like not having as many amenity spaces, especially in the back portion of the site where it gets very, blocky and it's very urbanized, like, everything's squared up. It seems like it would be hard to kind of shoehorn something in there. Where do you put it, without losing yield? So it's kind of, it would be tough. I think, and it ties into the next point that I want to make is just the pedestrian connectivity. Like, what is the thought process for pedestrian access on here? It's just to get on these paths to get to the amenity areas. Like that's what you're trying to do, right? Is if you're not going to have amenity spaces over there, page left, you're going to have these residents walking, right? So what is the strategy for, some of these areas that it's like, where's the sidewalk connecting to the next sidewalk? That's just.
we can, near the back pond, there's that space we talked about, like doing, a couple swings, right? Like, something that kind of swings looking at the pond, or, those little hammock areas, it's just something it's basically just something to allow people to walk freely, and get from anywhere on the site, to the amenity or,
Yeah. What's the EP to EP width for these drive aisles?
26. I think it's 26.
It is 26. Okay. All right. That's wider than I thought it was going to be.
Well, and another option, we're gonna go ahead and throw it out now, is those 2 buildings closest to the pond all the way over the left. They could be 50 foot shorter, or take out 2 units on each side or something like that. I know you're probably cringing when I say that, but I mean, it's better than losing the whole building in the center.
Well, the one thing that we did that was also going to break it up, and it's not reflected here, unfortunately, was the 4 units that you see in the dead center, basically, that left side. Yeah, those basically flipping 2 of those around so that you're not, one window's not looking directly into the other windows,
So
right?
yes, they don't line up. So just
Right.
to say that you remove the 14 unit to where the 8 is on one side, and that same 8 to where the 14 was, flip it so it looks more like a natural community. We felt that broke it up nicely.
Gotta break it up a little bit better.
As far as removing density, it's hard for us to opine on that, in a meeting in public, but I don't think that, I mean, it's, those 20-foot wide end units. I'm not sure if that's if that's going to accomplish what we're looking to do on top of everything else, but
Yeah, and we're just kind of throwing out ideas out here.
Yeah.
And the other thing is maybe, I think you mentioned it, but maybe that rear pond is steeper slopes or bulkheaded or whatever to give more opportunities for, going outside and enjoying the outdoors instead of just kind of a utilitarian pond. I'm not suggesting you bulkhead every pond, right? But just think a little bit harder about the open space and
I think,
something that people actually use.
sorry if I didn't mean to.
You're good.
jump for you. I think the middle pond is bulkheaded, right?
Oh, sorry, yes, the
Yeah.
middle pond is.
So we plan on that pocket behind, right, I guess plan right of that wetland before that pond to create like a hammock area as well. If I didn't mention that before, I
To the right of
apologize.
the pump station.
Yeah. So there's pump station, wetland, and then that pond. Back in that pocket creates like a little bit of an open space where we can do something along what you're referring to. We did have that discussion about that pond, and it is bulkheaded for that reason. It was easier for us to do that one. It's more of a manageable size, and it has connectivity around it, which is what we thought was more appropriate.
All right. Any other site comments? Justin?
Yeah, I again, plan reviewer here. I cringe every time I see sidewalks that don't connect to anything. Yeah, the top left of the plan, you have that hedgerows there where we're talking about the swing set or possibly playground. That doesn't connect. What is the trails made out of? What's their constructed? Are they gravel or are they wood chips?
So, well, we talked about doing the gravel, which I think was a concern.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, started thinking about it, concrete, right?
Yeah. We also looked at other sites where we've done similar stuff. I don't know if you guys have done it before down, in the town, but we've done like recycled rubber tracks too. Those are a little bit more durable, not as much of an issue. We figured just visibly that the concrete might look a little more urban, so we were trying to get something that might be a little bit different, because with recycled rubber you could do colors. But
Make it brown.
You do a rock salt finish on your concrete and
You can do that.
looks like it's tabby.
asphalt, yeah, we looked at asphalt, but that's probably not the hardest thing.
Cheaper.
Could be a maintenance issue though. Asphalt.
Is there, and I'll agree with the geometry of, or the geometric shapes of it. Can we go along the edge of that pond 01, pond left? I'm sorry, I'm looking at a different sheet on my computer.
Do like a loop around it.
Yeah. I know it looks like it goes up and then it goes down. It's almost like a de facto
I'm not sure about the topo.
dike.
That was
Berm,
what
whatever.
we originally had talking about the far left.
Yes, sir.
pond.
Yep.
Yeah, we originally
Have it
had
for
it
the
going
embankment.
around, and with the slope on that backside dropping off,
It's too much.
it was, yeah,
Okay. Understood.
it's hard to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not crazy about the 10,000 square foot commercial. I did have a question though, if we're talking about the play area of the commercial area, is that going to be accessible to residents?
So it's not, it's part of their leased area. They don't allow open access.
Yeah.
The reason why I say it was kind of redundant, figuring that, most of, that it's being be used for the sake of the fact that they're gonna be customers of the daycare.
Yeah.
But yeah, we definitely could look to add other, playground-like elements throughout the site. I mean, we talked about that backside by the parking bay that would fit perfectly with some sort of swing set element.
I mean, I love open space. I wanted to make sure that we were clear because I live down the street from an elementary school, and I can't take my daughter to go play on the playground because somebody locks it.
That is correct. Wow.
Even though my stepkids go there, I'm not allowed to play there on the weekends, apparently. But no, I
Just jump over like everybody else.
got bad knees.
All right, but now I'm good. Any other site stuff? Okay. Architecture research.
You can just run through the renderings. All right, an aerial view of the clubhouse setting. Shows the separation of the amenities. Obviously shows the water in the back there a little higher level. I like the idea of the bulkhead and the walkway across. I think that'd be fantastic. If you go to the next slide, there's a front entry to the clubhouse. You can see some of the buildings in the background with different color assigned to them. Next. So we did not have a chance to upgrade this one. We've got a substantially larger area behind the clubhouse. You see it in the overall aerial view. But we didn't get to that part yet. There's a view from across, looking back at the clubhouse, and again, with a bridge and some bulkheading in there, I think that'd be quite nice. Typical view of, I think this is the eightplex bay. This is the eightplex building. So again, what we did here, this is facing the highway. Actually, this is the rear elevation facing the highway. So what we did is we took off the shutters because we couldn't put the proper scale shutter there to actually cover the window. So we decided to eliminate that detail and go for a heavier trim package around the windows, which will have a crown molding side styles. And in this case, at the highway, we put the planters right outside the window. So hopefully we can add some color. Go to the next. Okay, front side of the same building. Again, the low country feel, the balconies, the colonnades that go straight up. In this particular case, we did take away, let's see, we took away the shutters. We added a detail up in the gables. We added a small roof line over the garage doors with some bracketry. Let's go on to the next.
You have a view showing the two eightplexes off of Berlin Meyer.
We have a couple of views that will show multiple buildings, yes. So this is, again, eightplex with different color variations on it. I think there's 4 different color variations. You can move through those.
They go to just stick to white.
Excuse me?
Stick to white.
No.
White's more
Stick to
better.
white?
Is my
Yeah,
fault.
white more better.
Okay. Yeah, keep going. All right, so yeah, there's one 4-plex building in here, and that's the back side. This is the front side that we had to tucked in into the site. There's a 14-plex. So again, the ends of the building step down to try to allow some sky plane exposure, let light through the site. Broke up the massing of the buildings with the recessed balconies and the colonnade and rail look. Again, roof lines over the garage doors. The street scene as you come in, make a right, it's the first bend, which shows a couple of the buildings together.
Can you show us in plan where that is or
Sure.
describe it a little bit better?
Yeah, it's just to the left of the clubhouse. That was a location requested the last DRB.
After you pass the tree.
Yes.
Right.
So if you pass that large tree around the road that bends,
Curving.
it curves to the right and it's the top right corner of the site.
And you haven't shown any street lighting, but I assume there will be.
Yeah, and there's as part of the package, there is a lit plan that was done with the street lighting components that we added to the site.
Photometric
Full photometric plan. I don't
Some of the
remember-
end conditions that you see, between the buildings that are back to back. And again, we're going to flip those 4 buildings so that we've got light coming in at different locations as opposed to creating a canyon between the two. We'll have a shorter building, a longer building, and a longer building. So the entryways won't align, the windows won't align, and the light will get into that separation between the buildings.
If I could, is this rendering accurate in relation to, there's no HVAC units shown?
Right, we haven't showed the HVAC on the renderings yet.
They're on the plan view.
Yeah, they're on the plan view, but so in this picture, they would be on the opposite side of this building, right?
Correct.
Yeah, they would be between those buildings.
At the ends, instead of on the
Yes.
long sides, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where and you'll see on the plan, on the site plan, that's where they're delineated. That's
Site-
correct.
the site
Yeah,
plan, yeah.
Sorry, it's a lot of pages.
That's an awful long run for lines if you're there at the end of this building.
There was some that we were talking about planting around.
In the back.
That are in the back.
Mhm.
There are some that are in the back that have.
For the 14-plex building yards.
Right.
The 8-plex. So this, I was referring, yeah, this is the 8-plex. It's on the side. For the 14-plex, I think there's some along the back and along the side.
I'll go on to next.
I think that's the
That's
last
the
one.
last one.
Yeah.
And there's, keep going down, there's more
Right, that's the color,
You said something about there's a street view visible from Berlin Myers, like what is the public see?
I don't think there's one of that. I think Jamie was referring to the elevation that are those 2 buildings. There isn't one that's stepped back from across the street. I don't think we did one like
yeah,
that,
no, we didn't do one like that yet.
but it's, throughout the site. Yeah. Um, Correct. That's exactly right.
Right.
So this is kind of like what we were thinking, maybe by section, like the buildings on the right of this picture.
I have a tangent site question, sorry.
Sure.
This ribbon curb on the, like, that's gonna be provided, right, along the edge? This ribbon curb on like the edge of the access path,
Curb.
like the access
Roll
drive,
curb.
there is gonna be roll face curb. Okay, all right, cool. For some reason, I thought with the inverted crown, like it was gonna be almost like an alley with just EP, but okay, cool.
And there's also, around some of those islands and whatnot, there is the stand-up straight.
Sure. Turn your mic
One
though.
more shot of
Yeah,
rendering. Around the corner.
I'm not,
One more.
There's that one picture.
can you go to the picture that shows the different buildings with the colors?
Yeah, the color palette building.
Correct.
Yeah, the color palettes are the same as, we didn't tweak them at all since we,
Right,
Yeah.
right. There's indication of the color and roofing.
So,
Mhm.
I'm okay with all of them except the one with the yellow. I think it doesn't go with the other 3. It kind of looks cheaper. Doesn't fit in with the other 3 colors that you have.
Well, the shutter colors go away.
Yeah, but the doors are yellow, the
yeah, that's,
shutters are removed, but you still have your garage doors, you still have your doors.
Mhm.
I just don't feel like it goes with the other 3. That's just my
Do you
opinion.
think it'd look better if the building itself were a little lighter? It's got this kind of cream, and I think that's what, because the yellow.
For
looks
me,
good on
it's the yellow
buildings.
doesn't go with the other 3. I don't know why.
Well, yellow doesn't go with gray,
Yeah, I just don't,
goes with white.
I don't think it fits in with what you were going for, so that's just my thing there. If we could change.
How about green?
If you use the green on the shutters on the left and everything is yellow on the right, use those green shutters that are on the upper left.
where we,
Go green.
Go green. It's always.
Are the shutters removed? I'm confused.
What I'm saying is
shutters
that
are gone
color.
down.
We don't have any shutters.
Yeah,
There
so
won't be
the
shutters, but
garage
you-
door is going green.
Yes.
Right,
C,
right.
C or D? What?
C.
I think it just, yeah, it doesn't go with the other 3. So I think if you could come up with something in that palette, those grays, those greens, for sure, I think that would look better.
We'll be happy to send. alternate colors.
And can we look at the amenity center again? Let's walk through that. The architecturally, yeah. Is that the best, or maybe the one, yeah, that one.
Good.
Go back to this.
That's good. That's fine. To me, well, what we've done historically is the amenity centers on these multifamily places. They need to have the low country look and feel down pat. And it's like anybody that drives through and knows the low country says, that looks like Somerville Cottage. I don't think this does that. I'm not an architect, so I can't say do this, do that, or whatever, but I know that it doesn't look right. To me, it doesn't look right based on the rail above the porch. The roof line doesn't look right. Maybe it shouldn't be a shingle roof. It should be a metal roof. The fact that it's got 3 dormers it just all looks a little odd, like it's not regionally correct. I can't give you better advice than that because I'm not an architect, but I know it just doesn't look right. Maybe someone else can.
I think it's the 2 shed elevations, gable elevations. That if you put a horizontal trim board and then above that, maybe did a board and batten look.
Right, different texture, sure.
And, you know, just to break, right now, it looks like a garage. I don't think that's your intent because it's all the same. So I think if you break up that elevation.
And
Well, how
Peter,
about
is there
we went with
something?
Gable roof.
Say that again.
Instead of a hip, go with a gable
I
roof.
think the hip is what's throwing it off.
Right.
And then get rid of, and then put a shed roof on the porch. Instead of a balcony with rails, put a shed roof. Stick with your dormers. Maybe do something a little like with the gables, the 2 gables. Do something more pronounced with the gable vents or something, or decorations of some kind. Or use shingles.
So if you change
can
that,
use
there would
like-
not be
You
railing.
could use like,
The rate, that's the odd
you know,
thing for me. The
cedar
railing.
shingles.
Railing.
If you
shaped
change the
Right.
roof with the railing
the
being
gable.
gone.
I think if you drove one
Maybe
block
some
over
brackets.
down Magnolia Street,
Mhm.
you'd probably see houses that would have the 3 dormers, but the massing is a little bit different. The roof line's a little bit different. I think that'll inform you on what it should look like.
All right, appreciate it.
Yeah, I think you'll be able to pick some stuff up there. The columns look good, the double columns. It's just, I think it's based on the roof like y'all were saying.
We don't like the rail on the porch.
That'll be gone.
That'll be gone too.
Right.
Good shed roof.
Sorry, did y'all say, I just say not the double column or?
No, I like the double
You
column.
like the double
Like-
column.
Mhm.
Yeah, they're talking about the balcony.
Right.
Above that.
Column.
Well taken.
All right, any other comments?
Can I see Berlin Myers? The entire elevation? Did you?
When you come
Said
back.
You did
How
that?
much Bahama
Uh,
shutters on this? particular-
Yeah, I was thinking Bahama shutters too, actually.
Bahama
but-
shutters on this particular building, not the.
And it may be
other
the,
ones.
Bill, maybe the end units need to be taller. And then the gable is, I don't know. I don't know how to do it.
Well, you can make it taller, so the ridge line would be the same as your
Yeah.
predominant ridge line.
Yeah.
But then you'd need to put a window in because it would indicate a second story.
Right.
Just
Those 2.
take
That's
20
not-
minutes and
that's
drive
not
right around in
legal.
here.
Well, I think the challenge is they're trying to take inspiration from the typical unit.
That's what I was
And
gonna ask you.
now, like, are we asking them to push in so far of a direction where it doesn't match?
Yeah.
Uh,
true.
I don't know.
I think so, because this is the theme that really says that this is the low country.
Yeah.
And this is the community building that everyone goes to. So I think it's appropriate. I think the other buildings don't necessarily look.
Yeah, I know, I
Like
don't
much as they
disagree. I
should.
just think
Alright.
it's a challenge to achieve that low country vibe while not having it stick out like a sore thumb.
Right.
While not having what?
Having it stick out like a sore thumb compared to the other architecture, surrounding architecture.
Right.
But
I'll
I agree.
echo that. I think it needs to be different, but not at the expense of looking like it's completely out of place with the rest of the architecture that we've.
It's a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fine line for sure.
Okay,
Got a good team though, so.
appreciate that.
Do you think you have enough direction on that?
Say again?
Do you think you have enough clear
Yes,
direction on what to
Make it
do?
different, but the same.
I think
Not too
bottom
much the
line-
same, but not too different.
I think bottom line, this is your focal point. This is gonna be your marketing photo.
Right.
This is the community building. Right now, the two shed roof elevations don't convey, hey, this is someplace special. This is the front door to the development. And they just look like pool rooms or whatever.
Got it.
So if you did something, whether it's a different roof, whether it's trim, et cetera,
I think we
I
are,
think we're giving
Got
them, you know, make it special.
Will do.
I think we are gonna want to see, like Peter said, that elevation from Berlin Myers too. Like just move the model around where you can see what are people seeing when they drive by.
Now, that's key. And plus the entry. The entry with the two buildings, what all that's gonna look like from Berlin Myers. Because that's our public right of way view.
Good.
Any other comments?
Any other questions you guys have for us, or?
I don't think so.
We do have, just because we're, for the sake of showing it, since we have it here, we do have the photometric plan. I think it's before the renderings. Just as I know is required.
The shadows of the sun?
No, not the.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, that's reflective of where we had planned out street lighting throughout the site. And that's the current, yeah, that's the current site plan, so that's accurate.
That's the style of the post and fixture.
I know it's on your all's list, so figured I'd point it out.
Looks good.
Thank you. And I know it was part of this submission. This was we were looking for final. We definitely appreciate everybody's comments, and and open to your interpretation for going forward. But yeah, we're definitely looking to keep this going, and want to hear if you guys are willing to give us final for this. But
Becca corrected that earlier.
yeah, the commercial piece is for conceptual, but I think this was submitted for final.
I thought it was preliminary is what I read, but I would not be comfortable going final.
Well, so it was in the packet.
So do we?
I
feel
wonder if we
comfortable
pull
enough with
the,
conditional?
if we pull the clubhouse out for,
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, up to you guys. If there's some conditions you want to put on us in terms of what you're looking to see come back, happy to do that.
Yeah, you get final on the site and the project and then bring the clubhouse back.
You gotta do the open space, they have to
Yeah.
do the open space, move the buildings.
Yeah,
If someone,
you can do all that.
Can we condition the site?
you gotta redesign, well, update the clubhouse. They have a lot to do.
Well, just clubhouse.
No.
Yeah, the
If
commercial
you,
is separate.
if the clubhouse comes back separately, you still don't, you're not able to get a permit any sooner.
For the rest of it.
All of it,
I
yeah.
wouldn't be able to sign off on the, so your next step, once you do get final DRB approval, is submitting for your MS4 site disturbance permits. I review that for planning as well, and I wouldn't be able to sign off on that permit until you received approval for all of the buildings. And granting final approval gives them a vested approval for the overall site. I mean, we don't typically. Not sure how we would handle that. And Chris is right, it would not make the process faster for you.
Best we could do is if there's a committee, I mean, we've done that in the past where there's a, approval with conditions that the committee of the board has to review it. But
still have to be a public meeting and we would have to schedule that. And I don't know if we'd even be able to schedule that before the next regularly scheduled DRB.
If you all want to meet again, I'm not trying to put you guys, doing backflips, I understand. I just wasn't sure, based on your comments, how close we were, if it was a focus on the clubhouse.
I think we're pretty close other than the clubhouse open spaces.
Right. No, so, yeah, we could definitely, and Chris. That one color, yeah. Yeah.
No,
But I do think it is important to have an updated site plan for them to approve, because like I said, it's a vested approval. And if you are planning on flipping those buildings, if you were given final approval today and you flipped those buildings, you would have to come back and get that approved by the board.
Understood. Understood.
I don't have the ability to approve a change like that at a staff level.
So is this a continuance?
Yeah, just to.
So make a motion to continue with
To return for
return
final.
back for comments of additional open space, flipping the buildings, never using yellow again.
Yellow.
No, I agree with that. I'm not picking on you. I like Mr. Seed, but
All right.
is that a appropriate motion, Mr. Chairman?
I believe so.
Or is, I mean, what's the other options besides, I mean, we're not denying it, obviously, so.
Well,
They will withdraw.
withdraw their request for final and then just come back. You don't really act on it.
Can they come back for final without, if they withdraw?
No, they can do all this.
There's a number of different ways we could get to the conclusion. Y'all could defer final approval until they are able to return.
That's what I think. I recommend, or I make a motion to defer final approval. Per the comments earlier. I just think we
I
need to
don't think
list
we
them
even
out.
need to list the comments, do we?
No, I got it.
Okay.
Yep.
So there's a motion to defer final approval. Is there a second? Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Chris.
Yeah.
Take.
Oh,
So we're gonna move on to the commercial component. Y'all,
You're not second me yet.
do y'all want to just start with the site plan?
I'm back. No, there's some, and I don't know if I can help it. There's some yellow, but it's not my yellow. So yes, just to go through, the commercial component, so I think it was 2 meetings ago, we spoke through, separating out the application for this. We did. I think on the Zoom, I hope he's still here, is Don Ferry, who's the architect.
I'm still here.
And thank you all for accommodating to have him zoom in.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that too.
I'll let him go through the write-up about the discussion and the conceptual context about the site, but we had spoken through the orientation, and Don, I think there's a different site plan for this. I'm not sure, but Don could speak through the playground area that we tweaked a bit, and he's worked with this daycare operator very regularly, and made these changes in conscription with their desired use and the way that they use their building. So we've built for them in the past. He's built plenty of them, and I'll let him take away the next couple of comments.
Great. Well, I want to say thank you again for allowing me to zoom in and not be there in person. We'll certainly be there for the next one. This is the learning experience, otherwise known as TLE. TLE has, if you're familiar with them, over 400 locations throughout the United States and also in the UK. So this facility is pretty much their current prototype design, 10,000 square feet. It consists of 11 classroom areas ranging from newborns all the way up to preschool. So that would be your 5-year-old children. So it does accommodate for those inside the building per that. And then each classroom has an exit door. So you can get directly outside from each classroom into the 2 different play areas. And those play areas are also designed based on the ages of the children. So we have a smaller area for the infant and toddlers. And then the preschoolers obviously have the larger area. And that's pretty much it. I believe there was some There is a floor plan there, just to kind of give you an idea of orientation of the building. Main entrance in this case is to the south or bottom of the page, with the classrooms along a central corridor and then another corridor leading to the back area, with the playgrounds, as we would say, in the back. So there is a sidewalk having access all the way around the building. And then the current elevations, which do not include yellow, other than we do have the signature 1, 2, 3, 4 ABC Ds on the pillars at the front, and then it's a multicolored sign. We have not looked at your sign ordinance as of yet to see size wise, so that was not there. This is the typical TLEs, as we're calling them and seeing them. This is our first presentation to get feedback. The building is comprised of real stone at the 3-foot level. It is an EFIS system above that. The front canopy is a pre-manufactured metal canopy, and then there are standing seam metal awning roofs over each of the exit doors and then 2 of the front windows.
Becca, they're requesting conceptual on this one, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, thanks for dialing in. One of the things it's our role, DRB, is to ensure that, new development looks like it, takes the low country for inspiration architecturally, looks around and, develops buildings that look like they belong in kind of this coastal region or this low country. So we asked the architects to study the area and tell us how their building matches the low country. So I'm not seeing that here. Even the use of stone in low country is really not done in this fashion. It's kind of a brick town as well, which is not, I'm not just saying we'll change the stone out to brick. It's kind of bigger than that. The building looks like it could belong anywhere. It does not look low country in any way to me. And I'm looking at the Mount Pleasant one. It does look like it's got board and batten siding. All I see is a little picture, but it looks a little bit more regionally sensitive. I think this one doesn't, but like to hear. And since this is a Zoom, let me mention one thing. It can be a difficult meeting to have because of kind of the logistics. So what I'm going to do is go to the board members first, and then if you'll just bear with me, let us discuss. That'll give you a few comments that you may want to react to, but let us talk, and then I'll get back to you. Hang on. All right.
Want me to start? I'll start. I'd get rid of the brick. I would get rid of the stone. I would go, if you keep the same building shape, I would go brick everywhere from ground to roof. Put a cornice on it, some decent heavy looking, could be an EVIS cornice. On your 3 prominent higher features on each end, in the middle and the back. I don't know if you got one in the back, you don't. But the 2 ends in the front entrance, those could be EVIS, I think. The columns would need to be brick, but the entrance features could be, they could be EVIS, but that would be the only EVIS. So you'd be brick, you'd be EVIS on the 3 entry features. And that's all my comments.
Peter? I think there needs to be some relationship to the development with material, roof lines, And again, the Berlin-Meyer elevation is important to us, which is your north elevation. And right now that's just, nondescript. So I think if you look at the roof lines, the context of materials being used in the residential area, some low country detailing, attention to the north elevation, and propose something else.
I think it kind of goes back to that low country cottage we talked about earlier for me. In that, in this area, the, this type of building that is just kind of a flat roof, I don't think looks appropriate to the area. I would think it would need to be a sloped roof, which would probably be black or Charleston green, metal. That's my initial thought for this. That would tie in more with the clubhouse as well. So I think the basic massing of the building may not be correct. Annie?
Yeah, tell me, this is a chain?
Yeah, so there, I can speak a little bit to that. And also just to one step back, this is their footprint that they usually that they kind of put forward for exactly the reasons that you guys said, kind of looks like it could go anywhere. Elements that they look to include that make it feel like they're standard. In my experience with them, they can be very amenable and they want to fit into the
That's what I
community.
was gonna ask. I'm like,
Yeah.
are they willing to work with us some on what that looks like?
There
'Cause
definitely are.
that's-
And the point of submitting this was to say, hey, give us your thoughts and we can go back to the drawing board on that. This isn't particularly rigid and I don't want to speak for Don, but there are some things they're gonna look for it. It's me
Is their
standing here.
logo the elephant? I mean, what is their logo? What
Yeah,
would be their
that
negotiable?
that would happen to be Bubbles the elephant, and I think it's pretty.
And I'm okay with bubbles. I think it's it's the neon, the
Yeah.
lettering, which is going to be very bright, I mean, honestly, it looks like something that would be more like in a strip mall. looking. Yeah.
So that again, I can speak to them about that. I know that's their branding. I know that's their signage. I haven't really seen them flex on that.
And again, the elephant, I get it if that's the one, their red, but perhaps we could work with them on the lettering and the color.
That's-
maybe, scheme on that, I don't know, but looking at that's not.
The letters are blue in Mount Pleasant,
Oh,
their signage.
Yeah, there's one in Mount Pleasant.
They're navy blue on the wall.
oh, yeah, that's way better. Okay, so if they'll work with us like this, and again, oh yeah, that's.
I think it just has to do with the multicolors on the dark background on this, but if they did the black letters and did the elephant, I think that'd be fine.
I gotta be honest with you, it looks like a Toys R Us.
It looks horrible.
No, just, I mean,
It does look like a Toys R Us, you're right.
where a kid can be a kid.
See, look at this.
Okay, that's what's better. Okay, so they'll, yeah.
You could
but
just-
if they'll work with us on that. I
Look,
think that's-
look at the one in Mount Pleasant.
No, yes, absolutely. And we have, I prefaced that with the tenant. They were aware. They wanted to get your input before we just started ripping stuff apart.
You understand?
I think it's better in moving forward, just probably need to come back to a conceptual again, this time with low country architecture, not wherever this is. And just, it could be hand sketches and
Riverside.
inspiration, hand sketches or something, and
Well, it's pretty busy,
inspiration pictures on the side or something.
and they add
But
so
that-
much
yeah,
color
let's
to
not
it.
do
so-
this.
And all
You
of
take the
this,
amenity-
that's
take the
rock,
amenity
that's
building
stone,
card
and that.
We'll see if I get them to take that. I'm happy to. It's me and I gotta get approval from the tenant. So obviously it's
Okay.
but yeah, definitely help. Appreciate the comments, but if you guys have anything else for Don too, while he's here.
The only other thing I saw that I thought was a little weird was they have playground between the building and the road, which is gonna be a very highly traveled road. That just seems. If you've got that fence going along, like. which
You're gonna
they-
have brick fence going there.
Yeah, you gotta do the same, probably need to do the same brick fence.
You got 20
Keep it
foot
going.
right-of-way.
Yeah, so Don, can you speak to that? Cause
Yep.
I know those are fenced in, as a standard, right?
They are. The standard fence around the playground itself is a 6 foot high. Typically, it's a PVC fence.
And then we
So
would
it's
do,
the
we would do
plastic.
bollards there.
You could certainly do bollards. What we've done in the past is also pillars. So you could do pillars with a fence in between, kind of break that up, give a little more rhythm to instead of just being a fence wall on
There'll
that
be
side.
trees in that buffer too.
Sorry?
You'll have trees planted in that 20-foot buffer
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think a PVC fence is
barricade.
really gonna work.
Make it.
You know, I wouldn't even come back with that. It needs to be, there needs to be a high level of detail or consideration for all of the site elements, whether it's the
Okay.
benches,
Yeah.
the fencing, the everything. So just, yeah, come back with your A game.
This is out of the box, so I'm not opposed at all to take everything into consideration. I think that's great, and I certainly appreciate the comments.
Awesome. Thank you for being so receptive. All right, any more comments?
Yeah, I had one thing. Can you go back to the elevation? Just, I actually got the south and the north elevations mixed up because I don't really understand why the signage is on the south rather than the north. And I think Peter mentioned it, but I feel like you need to pay just as much attention to the frontage along Berlin as you are to
Sure.
the main entrance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Great point.
What you'll see there, and again, that's just probably the way it came, if you will, without any adjustment. But also that's the side that actually has the mechanical room and electrical panels on it. So when we get to a little more of the site with the utilities coming in, we'll certainly readdress what faces the main road.
Thank you very much. No one has any other comments, it looks like, so we don't make a vote for conceptual. So just appreciate your time.
No, super helpful input, and we'll be back to you all with that. So it's, we'll have more of a refined view. We just needed a starting point, so much appreciated.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna call for a 5-minute break. Sorry, guys.
Mhm. 7 o'clock.
Walk out in 45 minutes.
I think we gotta start limiting the people, the ones that middle. I mean, you just get where you just want to have everybody leave.
Well, my issue is getting here 5 minutes.
That's real.
5 or 6. and then
Yeah.
that's 30.
Yeah,
Hey,
well, I have the same issue.
Yeah.
I work till later, you know. So I just left things undone and.
and this was the second
Second
meeting I
meeting.
had this week. Yeah. I had
Oh,
my own
great.
planning commission Tuesday,
Oh, my,
where they berated me about short-term rentals, which I know I want nothing to do with.
oh, my.
I don't want to regulate short-term rentals. I think that's supposed to run. It's a nightmare.
It is a nightmare.
For what? One short-term rental, one single, that's it. I had that issue.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a planner by trade, I almost, and that's our entire job is going and taking photos of license plates. And if they're out of state, she starts a case.
Oh, my gosh. Mm.
Yeah, we realized that. Swap pieces look way better. Yeah. So I realized that. One thing so I know I got parking lot. I didn't realize it. Because that's a little bit bigger. My concern is people are gonna go on back. They're not. People are gonna go. So that's just why I'm like.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
They kind of let out the base of the drive. Like there was a continuation of that.
Yeah, so
Rather than a long.
I have a comment. We usually use like renderings too. We usually go 40 miles. So like where you would have like a continuation of vehicles cross over, so like the landscape breaks on that. So it's probably similar to some of the ones out there.
I think the.
Just say how long it is.
Right, so when I was first there, I don't think you did.
A little bit more, but not enough.
And so I think what I would love if you had enough space to have like almost like a sidewalk adjacent. But it's not. Rather than maybe we could have had 22 feet in the house or the sidewalk that you got. So I think it's a balance. My first impression for them. Especially during the time. I think.
I think it's a little more clear, but I think we need to clear about that side on that. And I didn't mean to talk about it, I just wanted to figure out a lot of.
Oh, yeah. I got opinions.
It is freezing.
I think when you're on.
Freezing.
I was about to say, you just need to get more spirit out of that.
Sorry, your name I'll see you all set, yes, for the next round. I really appreciate your time.
I'm wearing a Helly Hansen raincoat. Everyone says HH, who's HH?
See you all set. Very well.
Thank you. How are you?
Freezing.
I did notice it was cold as soon as we got up.
Cold.
My goodness. Oh, mine too. Done. Hot dogs for me.
Yeah, you're right. All done. We are all missing something, I can assure you.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Here we go. Everybody's here. Had to get an energy drink.
No, just it's 7 o'clock. Meeting over. We see you next month.
Make it fast. And good.
All right.
And good too.
Ready? All right. Next up, well, Becca is 314 West 4th North Street.
Yes, so this project is fairly minor in comparison to the other projects you've looked at tonight. It did go through
Thank goodness.
TRC review in March. I did let the applicant know that I felt it was appropriate for them to request final review because of the limited scope. Should the DRB feel comfortable granting final approval, any conditions can be passed down to staff to verify through the permitting and inspection process. I'll hand it over to Mike.
Okay, good evening. Very small project compared to what we've been listening to.
Well,
Just a couple 100 square foot addition off the front. The owners of the property are looking to add some more waiting room area to the building. So they're by the design of what they're proposing on the front, looking to kind of add something to the building that says, hey, this is the entrance Um, along with the addition, there'll be the handicap ramp, the stairs, the revised ADA parking area. The brick on the building, is painted, so we're gonna bring that brick around the bottom of the addition to kind of tie it together. Paint it the same color as the building, which is agreeable gray. And the two existing windows, we're gonna pull those out and buy an additional window. So that's getting the 3 windows in the front. We've got the metal awnings above the windows on the front. We have got a stucco finish above the brick just to give it a different texture on the building. And on the right side would be the entryway with the door and the side lights. And I think that's about it.
What's in the building?
I think they're going to use it as a medical type office.
The new use? Or just-
I think,
It is a business.
right. It's,
Change of user, change of tenant,
yes,
new tenant.
the owner's going to be the tenant.
Doctor?
I believe he is.
The picture, the actual photo. Thank you. Yeah.
I had actually bought this building 5 or 6 years ago and renovated it into that and then sold it.
Okay.
Do you remember Dr. Upshur?
Mhm.
He was my orthodontist a long time ago.
Why'd you decide to go with a flat roof?
Not bad.
Just trying to add something to that building, something on the side of the, that front corner that gives it some higher structure. The owners really wanted to do something that would make it a little more grand on the corner, a bigger entry. So, and, the building kind of sits low. It's kind of, blah with just that low sloped, roof and just the brick. So just trying to add something to the building, really.
I think it's pretty simple, easy deal there. I think we ought to get it over with. Say yeah.
Becca, can you go to the elevations?
Yeah, show us the elevator.
Yeah, we need to look
again.
at it again. And then what are the pictures below it?
Are you changing the roof material on the original building?
No, it'll be a stand and seam just like it is.
Oh,
right now.
it's standing seam right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. thank you.
So the roof will really remain. The only thing changing is that front right corner.
Just that front
addition.
right corner. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. And these are just some inspirational photos on some of the awnings that would be over the windows, the railings that would be going up the stairs and around the front door.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty nondescript location to build. Let we move on with it.
Why stucco versus masonry? I mean,
I think
if that's the answer, that's.
yeah, no, I think just it was just we were trying to just kind of make it stand out a little bit more. Obviously it does that with the height and kind of that corner. And just felt like that brick being all over that facade was just gonna look like too much brick. So really thought that smooth stucco finish would make it stand out a little bit. And that's the look the owners were going for, really.
Would it be appropriate to do just a standard gable roof instead of a flat roof with a standing seam or something, or even shingle roof? Would that still give you the grand? To me, it's like there's two buildings that don't match at all and you just put them together.
You don't have enough room to extend the gable.
The pitch is super low. I mean, the pitch on that roof is a 2 at the most, a 3. So,
See how much higher it is coming up?
yeah. Yeah, and I think the way we've got it lined up, this corner is pretty much in line with the ridge of the roof. It's not higher.
Looks that way.
Can you go to the site plan?
Well, they has one.
Yes, yeah.
That's what you do.
Yep. Yeah, we went all out.
Wow. So do you have landscaping, robust landscaping?
Yes, I mean, it can't
Nice.
be much better than that. So there's existing landscaping there that we plan on reusing. There's some sago palms. I was going to put a nice big tea olive right there by the door. Right. I mean, so yeah, I've got a 6-foot bed that's going to go around the new addition, and there's already existing landscaping around the front of the existing. So there's some pretty big sagos in the front that we're going to take up and reuse, along with the tea olive by the front door, and there's I think a couple of palm trees. And
I've seen this. You've had this for a long time.
what's that?
You've owned this building a long time.
Used to,
3-4
yeah.
years.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm with Chris. It looks out of place with regard to the building you have. I understand the challenge of the roof pitch, but in a quick search around the properties, you go a block in either direction, you don't see any stucco, you don't see any flat roofs at all. They're all residents that got converted into commercials, except for the park across the street. And even our park uses some sort of pitch roof. It's going to be the only thing out there that looks like a industrial or an institutional type use. That worries me a bit. I don't know what else you could do.
Well, we did pull a little bit of the inspiration with the awnings, right behind the Piggly Wiggly. That's a brand new building, but that's the exact awnings. They have a flat roof.
So
So
right down the street.
yeah, so there's other things around there that have got similar features.
I don't disagree. I mean, obviously you've got the Twin Rivers building, whatever they sold that for, but I mean, the entirety of that building has the awnings and the parapet roof and the flat roof. This is I mean, again, in all fairness, like I said, I don't hate the architecture. I'm not an architecture person. It looks really weird. I would almost say make the existing building also have a flat roof too and call it a day, but I don't know if that's even feasible. I'm just my ideas, thoughts.
I think aesthetically it doesn't work. From the windows, you went very industrial, which is not low country, but regardless of that. So I think there's a lot more negatives versus positives. And I appreciate the trying to do it efficiently, but I think if you take some simple design elements, it could be a faux shed roof look, it's just a parapet, not flat, but raised up. Put, some divided lights in the windows because you're doing that at the front. Rethink stucco. I don't think that is an appropriate material for, this area. And, if you landscape around it significantly to minimize the impact of the architecture, that could be a solution too.
You can do this, Mike.
Yeah.
Just come vertical up from where your eave is now, go straight up to the same height that you're proposing. And then come down on a slope.
Becca, could you go to the elevations, please?
The elevation that cut me in.
You can make it work that way, put an internal stainless gutter there where your current eave is and your new addition entrances match up.
I think if,
It'd be easy and cheap to do.
if it's gonna, the term they're using these days, the kids these days is if it's gonna go mid-century modern, make it go mid-century modern, right? Because that could be appropriate. Maybe that's what Bill drew. But I think it just looks like right now, it doesn't, the two just are not cohesive. And it's like I said, two different buildings that were just attached, but maybe if you did the slope roof or
That'd be easy, right there.
change the colors and make it truly a mid-century modern.
Yeah.
That'd
Go
be
modern
easy
bedroom.
right there.
Maybe.
Just put brick instead of stucco. You don't have that much area.
Yeah, make it a brick box. It's a different color. Slope the roof.
Oh, I can't even.
I think it's if a brick box, I know you said there was so much brick, but if it's a brick box, but it's a brown brick.
Just painted brick.
Or painted, what's the color they're using?
It's
That
white.
charcoal or,
Chalk white.
yeah, the existing one,
White.
but the new one could be
Right, could be that.
a trendy mid-century modern color, like,
That we've done.
yeah.
We've agreed to a bunch of charcoal. Help it out.
We could put vertical board and batten on it and have natural wood color
Yeah.
Could do that too. That would look good.
instead of brick. Put vertical
Correct.
board and batten,
Mhm.
make it natural wood color and
That would fit.
kind of like the house we're doing in West Carolina.
Send it back.
Painted the whole damn house black.
Yes, they did. I know exactly what you're talking
And
about.
then they have all the natural wood on the
Yep.
soffits, getting the bounds for a new floor.
Yeah, we're doing the house right next door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
You're doing Charles E. Warwick's old house.
Mm-hmm.
Charles E. Warwick, what a. Something else.
All right, any other comments?
So do you think the board and bat, I mean, I mean, I want to come back with what you want. So
Let's
Do-
get it done now.
do you think the board and batten?
Put a natural color board and batten out there. Bring the high end of the addition roof up to the existing ridge and slope it down to the existing eve height so that all the heights work out inside. And put vertical board and batten on the little box and keep the windows the same size as the existing. But just move them out where you have three of them out here. Same size as they got right here.
Thought he did that.
Keep it simple.
Oh, yeah, have these
I like
windows.
the natural.
I like the matching.
We're gonna do something.
You understand?
I'm writing it down, but
I don't.
Everyone else
I
just
got the
close their
board and
ears.
batten, I got the natural, I got the vertical.
At the
You
windows.
got
Yeah.
the stand seam new metal,
Mhm.
match the old metal.
Mhm.
Right.
Including the eave, correct?
Huh?
Including the eave.
What do you mean?
Well, it overhangs a little bit
Oh,
from,
yeah.
Yeah,
That
okay,
same
all right.
overhang as the building's got now. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is,
So it sounds like somebody needs to make a motion.
Bill, sounds like that was a motion for final approval with conditions that it goes to staff.
There you go. Yeah.
That's what I heard you say.
Exactly.
I heard it.
Exactly.
So do we need to? What do you need?
You decide.
Clear conditions.
Clear
Okay,
direction.
Just, Bill, recap what you just said in the form of a motion.
Motion is to put a slope roof, shed slope roof, stand seam, match existing stand seam. The high end of the new roof would be the same as the ridge of the existing roof. The low end of the shed roof, new shed roof, would be the same height as the existing eave of the building. The siding would be vertical board and batten, natural wood color. The windows would match existing.
So basically the windows would be those windows.
Yeah, you could use the same windows.
I mean, that's what's there now.
You could use the same windows.
Right.
That's correct. It'd be the larger two.
Yeah. Would you like
The work of art.
Yeah, they.
All right, so Bill, that was the motion and it was, I assume, for final with conditions. right?
That's
Final
correct.
conditions
Yes, sir.
to be reviewed by staff. Is
Yes,
there a
sir.
second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ready, thank you.
You're off and running.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
All right, next, we have a conceptual review for, and I apologize, the project description is not correct here. This is for a new bank building in Sawmill Center. I'll go ahead and jump down here. I'll go over my staff report. There were,
Right.
Yeah, it's next door to Parker's.
there were some changes I needed to clarify in the staff report. That are from the TRC comments. I believe the parking has been revised, so it is no longer in front of the building. And I think that covered it. The rest of the TRC comments should be correct. And that if there are any updates, y'all can provide those.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rob Thomas. I'm here on behalf of Turnbull Development, the developer of Sawmill Center. Over the last 2 months, our internal design review board has worked alongside Huntington Bank, Gensler, and McAdams to develop elevations and a site plan for Huntington Bank. Our internal design review board has approved their plans and believe it meets our design guidelines. I'll now turn it over to Terrace and Graham, who will present on behalf of Huntington Bank.
Hey, good evening.
Before we do that, can
yeah.
you explain how you feel as the master developer, the materials and everything fits the development standards?
Yeah, so that was more so what Terrace is going to present on. I'd really prefer to leave it to
That's fine.
Terrace, yeah.
I'm Graham Andres with McAdams, just here to talk about general site conditions, and Terrace will speak about the architectural components. So just to give you a broad overview, we're proposing a 2,200 square foot building right there at the corner of Station Street and Sawmill Center Road. Parking is proposed on the side and rear as requested. We are also proposing a drive-through that has a drive-up ATM and then a couple of lanes with the chutes. And then we are proposing a lane in front of the building that improves circulation around the building. From a storm perspective, I mean, there's a municipal pond, so we'll tie into that system. Utilities are set up. It's a pretty standard out parcel set up for a commercial development. So from a civil design perspective, it's fairly easy. Any questions for me?
All right.
Well,
And we're on this side, just wanted to highlight that we are proposing that in front of the building to put specialty pavers to create some sort of plaza feel there. You can see in the hatched area. Yes, my name is Taras. I'm with Gensler. I'm a project architect. And so, yeah, I'd like to talk about the building and how we came about this design and how we looked at the Sawmill design guidelines. So just wanted to read from what they are asking to do is architecturally, the intent is to provide a contemporary expression with regard to historical and cultural influences that seek a thoughtful inspiration in the Sawmill aesthetic, Sawmill imagery, heavy timber, wood, and other rural industrial influences. So what we've done, we've took a look at some historical images of the sawmills, right? And I'll just show you some pictures. Hopefully you can see them from here and I can pass around. So just some historical buildings of what the sawmills used to look like, right? And obviously the typology of the building suggests sloped roofs, board and batten in a lot of instances. This building in particular was interesting, like it has a large opening at the corner where the logs were carried in and out, right, to treat the lumber. And there are just some more images, again, just vertical board and batten sloped roofs. And this one too is interesting in terms of, it shows the mill in the wood, with wood siding while surrounded with more industrial brick buildings. So when we look at the development for this particular site, we understand that there are other structures that are larger in scale and they're using brick materials. We thought that, again, taking the inspiration from the historical imagery, we thought that using board and batten for the smaller scale building would be a little bit more appropriate to, again, bring some varieties to the site. So don't have all the buildings look the same way. And also just, again, work with the low country style and with historical precedents. And again, just taking into the context the site conditions as well. So these are the elevations that you see on the screen. Basically, we are proposing to use fiber cement siding that has a look of the wood for the durability perspective. And then we are proposing to use the stainless seam roof material. And then from the color perspective, we're proposing to use warm white color on the siding, and then the roof would be dark green color. And so the dark green and the bright green colors here that you see are the brand colors of the bank. So the client does want to make this building unique, but also recognizable in a way that, you know, it can be recognized by customers, but also be respectful to the context of the site and the city as well. I do have some more updated renderings here as well that I can share just to circulate around, which just a little bit more improvement with site context and some landscaping. And we are going to be developing the landscaping further to comply with the guidelines, but just to give you a more updated look of what this may feel like. But it's pretty much similar to what you have here on the screen, just a little bit more enhanced. So this is the corner of the building where the drive up is. And then this is the corner along the street. Oops. And then again, this is another corner of the building where the drive up is. And I'm happy to pass this around.
Can I just ask you, is the green accurate on our screen? Is that that's the green color that it will be?
Correct. The hexagon you're talking about?
The shading, is it Dalo green in reality?
It's bright green. It's not yellow. It's probably like the rendering in the screen gives you a little bit of a yellow. That's your question. It's bright green and the dark green.
Like a lime green?
Lime green.
It'd be softer than
a little bit,
this.
yeah, a little bit less than lime, I would say. I mean, and we will bring some samples for you to see, like physical samples. Yeah.
Is this the first Huntington bank you've done that has been built in the Low Country?
So we are also working in with Northmont Pleasant location as well. So that's going to be a similar solution there as well.
It's going to be that bank is going to look similar to this?
Correct.
But this one was inspired by the sawmill.
Well, right. So, I mean, in terms of the sloped roofs and the board and battens, so yes, but we have drawn inspiration, but we feel like this solution can apply to that location as well.
The pictures you have, are those from the sawmill here? Or is it just?
I'm not sure. I looked up historical sawmills, so not necessarily they are local here, but they are just historical precedents of the sawmills as a building typology.
Okay. And you're asking for conceptual approval or?
Correct.
Okay, let's start down here.
Can I ask questions about the site first? What's this like curbed area island kind of thing going on there? What's the intent for that?
It's just little island in a way is what you're asking.
Yeah, it'll be landscaped. I think the lot is, well, I mean, we could put some additional parking over there.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you just take up that other driveway and make that all landscapes instead of having the driveway follow?
It's gonna, probably access for the adjacent parcel.
Correct.
Right. Oh,
The
yeah, that's
community
it.
drive
That's
aisle.
it. Yeah.
I had that same question.
Cause I was like, why are, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, why do you need an outgoing lane for that?
Yep.
I get it.
Yep.
I get it. Yeah.
That's right.
I'll be honest, just get it out there. It's a non-starter for me. I think the building looks really small. The slope, I mean, it's not a low country roof. It's typically would have a bigger roof. The medical building, which is 2-story, looks great. But it does still kind of harken to the sawmill. The gas station next door looks very good. It's got has a sloped roof, but it looks like a low country building. This does not look like a low country building to me. It looks like, I understand your precedence for kind of utilitarian, but I think if you have to over explain the theme of the building, then it probably was not successful. And I think people that drive by this are going to say, why, what's the why on this? It looks really out of place to me. This is way too much green
I mean, if
as well.
everything in that area was under this guise, but
Yeah.
it's not. So,
Right.
I just
Or-
don't.
Well, I think the major problem
do too.
is
Yeah.
Some of the other banks, Pennington, and there are some with beautiful brick that look better, I think.
And that development is called the Sawmill. It's the old brickyard.
Right.
No, that is the sawmill. Sawmill was down there on Sawmill Break.
Salisbury Brick was there as well.
That was across the street, and Salisbury Brick owned that land and they mined it for clay
Gotcha.
to make brick.
Okay.
But I think,
But you lack detail and roof overhangs and detailing like that. Corner details are lacking with the woodwork.
Fact that the roof just kind of.
Yeah, the roof is, that's a weird deal, the way where the sign band is on the gables.
I mean, it might be better if it was darker colors, like
right.
instead of white, it's the dark.
I'll show
dark
you.
Gray or something like.
The columns on the drive-through are not traditional to the area.
It does not.
All the detailing is off. The window detailing's off.
That's not down, like, look at, I mean, that's not perfect, but it's better. Something like that, the darker brick and the charcoal,
What is that one? Carolinas?
yeah. Just an example.
Yeah, I think it's,
Well, the board and batten looks like, the way it's drawn on here on this rendering, it looks like metal siding, which makes the whole thing look like a pole building.
Yeah.
Instead of because there's no overhangs, no downspouts and gutters shown.
Well, we showed the gutter and the downspouts on the edge there. Maybe it's hard to see.
Yeah, you can see them on the corners if you
There you
really
go.
look now, yeah. Building
Funny you
small
mention
enough
that.
where. And you can see, yeah, you barely make them out. The windows are ultra modern. Really don't go with a low country sawmill building.
It's gonna look so different than the Parkers.
Well, yeah, it
I
will
mean,
be,
it's,
yeah. If you go back to get more like Parkers and keep doing the same thing, but get detailing like Parkers next door.
mhm.
Or some of the buildings across the street at Brickyard were next to Sonic. But that area's got the hospital is gable roof. There are a lot of gable roofs in that area between Brickyard and Sawmill. A lot of gable roofs you can work with detailing and
I get that you don't want all buildings to look the same, but this, and I can see a case made for you being a little bit more utilitarian, but, this doesn't look regionally correct at all, yeah.
I think it would look better in person than it does in rendering. But I think you can go to school on the buildings that are in that immediate area across the street, right down the street. Go to school on those buildings and come and make this thing win.
So do you feel
Get
that
approved.
board and batten isn't appropriate here at all, like in the context of this development?
The board and batten would be okay, but with the height of the building and, you know, you need to do something at the gable ends besides the continuation of the board and batten without any detailing. And you don't have any roof overhangs. You need some roof overhangs,
Right, yeah. So we can, yeah, I mean, yeah,
detailing with your overhangs.
right, yeah. So we can look into adding that, like, essentially roof overhangs and roof
And
side,
and
yes.
the drive-through, something with the column details rather than the two chimneys that are holding the thing up now.
What I'd
The
like.
little canopy over the storefront, you can do something with that.
So the storefront, that you're referring to the glass box, right? I mean,
Glass walls.
right.
With the,
Well, for the
with the
commercial properties,
the canopies over.
with the canopy over them, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But for the commercial properties, isn't that allowed in the zoning code though?
Say again?
In the zoning, that is allowed, right, to have storefront in the commercial property?
Sure. Yeah.
So, but you have objection to that?
Not really. I think detailing with the canopies, you can do something better, more, that's a little modern. What you're doing there is a little modern.
Right.
And rather than looking like a sawmill is modern. Sawmills aren't modern.
I think another thing to consider, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this site is like 4 feet down lower than the Berlin Myers Parkway is. So you're gonna be looking at the roof of this.
That's probably
It's
correct.
like,
Parker's, yeah, I went by there earlier, and Parker's definitely drops off more.
yeah.
They
And
have-
Parker's looks even a little bit low, you
Yeah,
know?
roof
It
makes
does.
it Sat up higher, you got stairs down to the store. Ours, the slope wasn't as dramatic. And you could potentially fill it to bring it up a little bit more, but, there is some great drop off down to this side.
Well, I think you can work with that. About a 4 or 5 foot grade differential. Probably between the roadway.
Well, and it may be, I mean, we're just throwing stuff out. It may be if you bricked both ends and they came up higher than the roof.
Well, you could put a brick water table in.
Well, but
Help.
I'm saying replace the white ends with brick and that section comes up higher
Above the roof.
above the roof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a traditional
That, you see
detail.
that, you do see that around here.
Oh, yeah. That's a traditional detail.
What do you mean, but the brick, the top of the brick would be still on the slope, right? Not all flat? Are you thinking all flat brick is what you're describing?
What I was thinking is it's that the ends of the building go higher than the roof
Right,
and that's brick.
Gable ends.
right. But the top of the brick wall would be flat or the top?
No,
of the
it'd be
brick
on a
still
slope
pitched,
with
yeah.
Be on a slope.
Right,
Be on a
right.
slope with the roof. Be maybe, 24 inches above the roof or
Right.
something like that.
I think we also worked with the small mill master developer and their design criteria for multiple buildings, multiple building types.
Right.
And we were able to reach an accord on those building types
Mhm.
because they did fit the context of the image that they wanted to create
Mhm.
and that the city has agreed to.
Right.
And this doesn't seem to fit. So that's why I kind of asked,
It's like,
what is the perspective of the master developer? Because we don't see it. We don't see it fitting the context of
Not-
the overall development.
not even the colors. I think the color palette on Sawmill was kind of the darker stuff, and this isn't. This is like, yeah, it's a little shocking compared to the other stuff we've seen in there and what my perceived expectation would be to see what should come in. It just doesn't belong, you know? That's not a architectural term, but just
Too much
doesn't,
lime green.
What I'd like to call their attention to early on is that much green on the
Yeah.
building will never be accepted.
Yeah.
Okay, you might as well just plan for that.
Otherwise.
That little border around the around the storefront, up, across and over and down. that'll never be allowed to be green.
Or the green
Okay.
under the roof
Or the
canopy.
green under the,
Drive-through.
drive-through. We're just not gonna improve something that color. Now, if we can see an actual color of what it really looks like, I would suggest you bring us the sign or some sign you've got that's that color and let us look at it, because maybe we can approve the bank name being done that way, but we've got to know what that green looks like, because the way it's presented, it will not be, we can't do it.
And
Okay.
I searched some,
Look.
photos of like locations that you guys have done elsewhere. And,
Right.
I mean, I'm noticing that the logo is still that color, but then the text is white or just something that kind of isn't like,
Right, that just jumps out.
and I don't know if you can, I mean, I understand you probably want the branding on all four sides, but
No.
it's,
Well, like, maybe the logo could be there.
just seems
And
like
then the
really
honey on the
excessive
bank would
branding.
Be nice calm color like white or black or something neutral. Underneath. A lot of black in that area, you know, in the apartments that are being built and everything. So you know, you kind of need to know that. How does everybody feel about the logo on either end too?
I first interpreted it as a play on a gable medallion that you typically see. Obviously, the scale is way off. But, you know, we've seen octagon windows, round windows, shutters, you know, as part of that gable motif. So that's what I assumed it was, but the scale is way off.
Well, we're toned down if that gable end was brick.
That will tone it down, you're right.
Yeah, but,
Then the green would tone down. It could be the same green.
but do they need a sign on all four? I don't think they necessarily need a sign on all four sides. You know,
I don't have a problem.
whether it's
Oh,
allowed is
that's
another.
fine. If you disguised it as decorative.
Yeah.
I guess the reason we are proposing on all four sides, because again, this bottom left is kind of like your view towards the road. So people passing by will read Huntington on both sides of the building. And then the back side, obviously, you know, that's towards the development, right? So there's going to be a lot of traffic there as well. So that's the reason we were proposing all four sides.
I don't know if the sign ordinance will allow all four sides.
It's a percentage based on the total aggregate square footage. So I would guess it's 5%, and 10% for the front. But it
Oh.
can't exceed a total of 5% for all of the sides together.
All right, I think we've given them a lot of comments that they can think of.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think they need to go back and restudy,
Yeah.
so we don't make a vote for conceptual.
Chris, I got some comments though on the
Sure.
site. Architectural, y'all beat that pretty good. I have an issue with the drive aisles between Berlin G. Myers and the building itself. I know in the staff report, it specifically called out, traditionally the buildings have been pushed up next to Berlin G. Myers. Obviously, they were talking about parking, but I think having this slip lane, so to speak, to go around, I firm believer in circulation around a building. I don't think a bank needs it. I don't think a Wendy's needs it, and I've seen them, I've designed them where they didn't need it. So I would get rid of that and push the building closer. I don't understand the purpose of the specialty patterns from the building to Berlin G. Myers, particularly since they don't connect to the sidewalk. To Chris's point, you're not going to be able to see it anyways because it's 4 feet in a hole. I'd look at having the long edge of the building along the Berlin G. Myers facade as opposed to the small end, but those are just my comments.
No, that's a great point. And there's the apartment that was up here, I think. Maybe it was up the road more, but we really talked a lot about, all right, what are you seeing from the street? And with that narrow street, narrow side of the building, we're not seeing much building. So, yeah, I mean, I agree. It's gonna look very stark. And I think you're literally gonna be looking right into the roof of that, and I think it needs work. All right, I think we've given a lot of good direction. Appreciate your time, and we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
All right. right, moving along, we have new construction of a Sphinx store and gas station at Hudson Drive and Boone Hill Road. As far as comments, I included the TRC comments from their TRC meeting this past March. The applicant will need to advise if there are any updates on those TRC comments, but as it is a conceptual review, staff does not have further comments at this time, and the applicant can present.
Well, good evening. We got two more, this one and one after it, so we're close. We're here tonight to present to y'all and really just to sponge in as much of the feedback that we can get from y'all as it relates to this site for a Sphinx convenience store that sits at the corner of Hudson Drive and Boone Hill. It actually sits, Loudon is right on the other side of it that makes its way towards the extension of Berlin G. Meyer as well and into the Newington development. So just context of where we are in Somerville. So currently around the area, it's a completely wooded site right now. It actually has a homeless camp sitting on it right now. Across the street, you have that's right, and a laundromat. Across Hudson is it's kind of a rundown gas station area. On the other side of it, there's an old drive-in car wash, and then a BP, I think, on the other side as well over there. So it's kind of bookended between older development, if you will, and so. So this actually puts it into perspective for you. So the very old gas station that you see to the left, that's got a red highlight on it. Then there's a open space area. That's actually where Hudson Drive used to sit, and then it got realigned. Then obviously our highlighted site that you see there, that it's comprised of 3 parcels together. And then what you see to the right after that is yet another gas station and a car wash that's on one of the parcels that we're looking to redevelop. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So currently on the site, like I said, so it's wooded except for on that far right parcel that you see that fronts Corey Boulevard, that there is that existing pull-in car wash that's there right now. So that kind of gives you some context to the site. What we've did is we had a surveyor go in, take a look at the trees. We then had an arborist come in and then take a look at these trees as well to give them a grade. What you see as far as blue is a good graded tree. What you see in orange is a bad graded tree, and what you see in yellow is fair. And so we really tried to manipulate this site to save as many of those tree canopies as we can. We've worked with staff and we've worked with the staff arborist as well in order to look at these trees. And so that's why the site plan is kind of laid out the way that it is. There is an existing low area in the top left of your screen there, which is where we're looking to put the pond. So we're putting it in a naturally low spot as well, just to allow the water continue to move where it was going to. As far as the building goes, we've pushed it up into the corner of both Boone Hill and Hudson to allow it to address the corner. And as y'all know, Sphinx does a great job of elevating their elevations around their entire building. The front and the back mimic one another, really. In addition to that, we then press the canopy of the fueling stations into the site some in order to kind of protect it from the roads, if you will, from view. And then allow access and accessibility via vehicles as well as we can. One of the TRC comments that was brought up was related to sidewalks as well, and interconnectivity of that, tying that in with the site. There's currently no sidewalks on this portion of Boone Hill. So we wanted to kind of talk with y'all about your thoughts of if sidewalk is something that makes sense here or not to install. But that's kind of the biggest picture as far as the site goes. But I also do want to turn it over to Mr. Ken, who can discuss the architecture portion of it. And then we're here to just soak in any and all feedback that y'all have for us.
There's no car wash with this gas station.
No, sir, not with this one.
It's not. My name is Ken Batch. I'm with Batch Associates. Becca, if you could go to the first slide that we had with the site and the photographs to give you a little bit of context. There you go. As you see, there's the site plan in the upper left-hand corner, and then we just went to see what was around on this site. Take a look, and there are not very many award winners around here, to be honest with you, because you take a look at the other buildings, most of those are really substandard in a lot of ways. So we're looking for that context. So really not a lot to gather there other than we have a heavily wooded site, and we wanted to sort of fit into that sort of feel on that site. Go to the next slide, Becca. And then so what we did is look at some precedent imagery that we have used in the past, and we've done a lot of projects here in Charleston, the Low Country, and Mount Pleasant, and et cetera. And so we basically found these sorts of use of the gable roofs, the detail at the top of the roof, the use of the different textures to try to introduce a lot of detail to the building, the use of the shakes, which turn the corner, and the use of a lot of board and batten siding. The other thing we're going to do is use a lot of heavy timber construction. And if you go on and go to the next slide, the basic layout of the store, you can see at the bottom is the entry vestibule. You enter from either side of that into the main retail area. The cash registers, the cash stations are located on the far left there. As you look at that plan, in the back upper left is the kitchen, all the support areas for the food offerings that Spinks provides, which are awesome. Best chicken biscuit in the country, I'll tell you that. But if you also look on the right-hand side, there's a series of coolers, the beer cooler and the other coolers for the building, and then toilets and all located to the rear. And then storage, maintenance and storage in the upper right-hand corner. Go to the next slide, please. So what we've done here is to show you what we've done with the north elevation faces the parking lot, and we tried to, again, use the long overhangs. We tried to use the heavy timber construction for the supports of the canopies. We do support and do also use standing seam roof, the cedar shakes, and then the board and batting. Not cedar shakes, but hardy shakes there. On the west elevation, you can see just it's fairly basic because there's a whole lot of function back there, but again, break up the mass of the building at that location. And go to the next slide, please. Rear elevation, we have a couple of entrances into the kitchen, the storage area there, and then the pass through coming from the front of the store to the back of the store. And usually we have an outdoor dining area in that location. And then east elevation, we have a recess in the left-hand side for the electrical service, and then the right-hand side for the propane tanks to get them out of the way and sort of screen them. Next slide, please. And then the elevation of this is the gas dispenser canopy. We're using the same sort of slope on the roof, the same materials, board and batten for the columns turned at 45 degrees, and then have a pass through with express trusses going through the middle of that. And again, it's a fairly long, skinny design there. Next thing. That is a rendering of the front of the store, what we plan to do there. Again, you can see the different treatments. You see the shake treatment on the corners and the two elements at each end. You see the long overhangs, the treatment of the window in the gable. Again, it's for the canopies and things. It gives you a good idea of the character there, which I think really does reflect the country. And go to the rear elevation. Again, we took a lot of liberty with the plants, so that's not exactly what it's going to do with the plants right yet. We're still trying to figure that out, but that shows you the character that they will see, and it'll be, again, a building sort of nestled in the trees on that side with a patio on that back side for folks to dine outside. Any questions?
Looks good.
Thank you.
Really.
Yeah, we think it really will be a nice
The
building.
materials are great. They really are.
I'm sorry?
The materials that you're using are great.
Thank you.
So much.
We did use yellow.
Very
though. Used
interesting.
yellow on the sign. I hope
I
that's okay.
actually like it. But it did look odd on that other building.
It did, no question. I agree with you 100% on that comment. I thought that was awesome. So,
You had a couple of display windows. on
yeah,
one
we
of
use
those.
those.
What's in there?
that's a tricky thing. We have to either look at either displays about the town of Somerville we can put in there, we can put some displays that Spinks might put in, and then that's something we can review with you at a later date in terms of how we might do that. The other thing we'll do, we don't have really lighting on the front of the building. We have lighting under the canopies, so you got a glow on the canopies on each end and a glow at the entrance. So at night, you'll know exactly where to go in.
Do you have a rendering of the gas canopies?
I do not, but we'll.
So is
provide
it
that.
just an open truss?
Well, really, probably what we'll do, if we use the open truss, sometimes we run into problems with pigeons nesting up there and creating issues. So we will try to do an open truss in the center bay to reflect the lee gable on the convenience store. But in the other areas, we'll probably just use a flat ceiling in there with recessed light fixtures.
And can you explain the columns again?
The columns there basically are board and batten with raised battens on it. And the columns usually turned at 45 degrees, so they don't be such an obstacle. You see just a narrow profile of them.
So it's like a 2x2 square rotated?
It's about that size, maybe a little bit bigger, about 2'8" by 2'8".
And the canopy, just in perspective with the car, it seems very tall. How tall is it?
That's generally a Spinks standard they have for larger vehicles that go through there. We can review that with you. We've had some cases where we've tried to lower it a little bit. Lower it, sometimes the lower proportion works a little bit better, but we'll have to just talk about that.
Pretty much bridge height.
Yeah,
That's what I was thinking.
exactly.
That
But
was
we'll look at that. We'll
tankers
bring
and
that back
everything
when we
else
come
good.
back from preliminary. We'll try to take a look at that and see what we need to do.
And is there a masonry base at these columns?
No, it's not. It's board and batten all the way down.
Got,
We hadn't
Got-
used any masonry on any other parts of the building, and it felt a little bit far in there in terms of what
got
we're.
bollards, steel bollards.
We have steel bollards around the gas dispensers and around the columns.
And I
We
saw,
also, if you go back to the rendering, if you don't mind back up, we also have steel bollards that are covered with a plastic cover all along the face of the building to keep cars from going through the front.
indication of ice machines. So is
Yes.
this going to be a typical gas station where this beautiful architecture is going to be covered up with ice machine,
I hate to
propane
admit that
tanks,
we are going to have a couple of ice machines, but we tucked them in under the overhang.
windshield
so you
washer
won't see 'em.
fluid,
I'm sorry?
windshield washer fluid all over the place?
Or
Or do they,
I'll leave that up to Greg.
oh,
Spinks only puts ice machines out there.
just ice machines?
Yeah, we'll have
Okay.
ice machines. We'll try to dress those up as much as we can. But the thing we did want to do, in some cases, they might be out just in front of the store. We want to tuck them back in on the overhang behind the post, so they're sort of somewhat hidden.
They're protected.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Yeah.
And what kind of night lighting do you have in the building?
No lighting on the building, just lighting underneath the canopies. And we'll have some parking lot lighting and obviously lighting underneath the gas dispenser canopy. So you won't see any sconce or anything on the building.
I like the orientation that you used on the site with the building at the corner.
I'll give Aaron credit for that.
Good for you. And the pumps in the back.
Yeah, yeah.
What else are you gonna use all that land for, though? Can you go to the site plan? Because the pond seems like a lot of land. Is it just,
So the size of the pond itself is lends itself to what's needed in order to handle that storm, the different storms, and then obviously discharge them off site. As far as the rest of what you see, we actually want to leave it as wooded as we can. One, it provides a buffer to the other parts of the neighborhood that then sit around. Two, it's a lower impact onto the site in general. And then really it kind of creates a sense of you're kind of within one place when you do drive into this site. So we're trying to leave it as wooded as we can. Now, they may come through and clean out some of that underbrush. That way there's not critters and whatever else still trying to run across the site, but it will still be wooded.
Is there a traffic signal at Hudson Drive intersection?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah.
So
You had mentioned a sidewalk. I wanted to revisit that.
yes,
'cause
ma'am.
Do we not require sidewalks be put in?
So I don't believe that's something
In
that the
that area, we
DRB
don't have
would
to?
be able to waive the approval for.
Okay.
I don't think we can.
I was about
either.
to say, I just reading the TRC comments, I may have misunderstood it.
So that was something where we just needed to look further into it, but
Okay.
staff will work with you on that,
Perfect.
on what will be required and won't be required. But the intent of the ordinance is, yes, we would ask to add sidewalks, but we have to look at the actual plan closer to figure it
Right.
out.
I think it just comes down to the sidewalks to, are sidewalks to nowhere something that are intended, or is it that really as development starts to grow, this is a prime place to start that?
Yeah, the ordinance doesn't really have a gray area on it. If you look at the site development requirements for new development, it's just a check next
Gotcha.
to sidewalk. So
Yeah.
we'll have to look at that a little bit closer with the topography of the site.
Yeah, which we're not pressing up against that or opposed to that by any means. So we don't live or die by a sidewalk. I'll tell you that. But I will say also, as far as the entrances to this site goes, or really every entrance that you see here, we are in full coordination with DOT as well to make sure that it does meet all of their requirements for ingress and egress from the site.
So the short end elevations, there's no graphics. Is there, so is the building just readily identifiable as a Sphinx?
There's signage on the front, back.
Right. But not on the side.
Well,
If you look at-
you'll have pylon sign or something.
They'll have a lot of signs.
Monument signs. at least.
With the gas price.
Uh,
With the gas price.
It Sphinx's low gas prices that get you to turn in there, you know, and then the chicken makes you stay.
Yeah, the food.
I'm so excited.
Listen,
Listen,
ices, my
compared to
granddad.
what's around us, this is like amazing. I think this is gonna be fabulous.
It's a very high bar.
That is correct. You're doing a good job. I love it.
Well, we really do appreciate all of your feedback.
Not architectural, love it. I don't have very good style to begin with, so take that with a grain of salt. Hate the pork chop. I'd really like to lose it. You have access off Quarry Boulevard and Hudson.
Okay.
Here's the reason why I hate the pork chop. One, nobody ever abides by it. So if you want to make it wider or deeper, I'd be interested in seeing how you do that. But the Wendy's in Monk's Corner, everybody jumps. Slim Chickens, that pork chop is very substantial. We made it that way. Nobody can never jump it.
Right.
People still find ways to do it. So if I'm coming from Berlin G. Myers eastbound on Boone Hill, I'm not going to take a left on Hudson. I'm certainly not going to take a left on Quarry Boulevard. I'm going to hop that pork chop.
Gotcha.
The other problem I have with it is it conflicts with this right turn lane that you have proposed on here onto Hudson. So you can't really make the pork chop go deeper into the right of way, because then somebody's going to get over thinking they're taking a right on Hudson and then hop the pork chop on it inadvertently. So that's my frustration with that. I don't know how we solve that. Also, it seems like you're grossly overparked.
So I'll actually, Mr. Greg, if you want to speak to that really quickly, just about the parking.
The biggest issue I have with the parking, just before we go down a rabbit hole, is the 6 that just kind of stand alone at the back of the property. I don't have a problem being overparked.
Sure.
But just sticking in parking spaces for the sake of sticking in parking spaces bothers me.
I will say that the intent of those spots are for employee parking to get them out of the way.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But again, we kind of are still, I go to the Sphinx all the time on 17A near Whitesville, and that place is packed, and they've got 18-wheeler parking and all sorts of stuff. So I'm always a proponent to reduce your parking if you can, but if you have to have it, I don't have an issue with it.
I used the one on Maple Street. Thing.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
that one's-
Yeah. They're short on park. They don't have them.
Mm-hmm.
But in the mornings, they're 12 school.
Fueling. Yeah. Yeah, I will say the parking does stem from peak hours when really when you see the most parking used at a Sphinx convenience store, it's actually around lunchtime. And the reason is that people are going in to fuel up and grab food. And so the biggest thing is that Sphinx wants to be able to accommodate that, which is why you see the parking that you do. But yeah, to your point, parking is really just to allow the close parking to be for customers rather than for the employees.
Any other comments? Conceptual, so there's no vote.
I think water grant preliminary.
I did too.
Is there the ability to move the dumpster enclosure away from Boone Hill?
We can.
And what does that look like, by the way? You've got all these nice cedar shakes and all this
Sure.
other stuff, materials on the building. Okay.
Just bring that back.
Is there another place to, I mean, obviously you don't want to mess with the deliveries because that's going to be where the fuel are or the fuel trucks. Is there any other place to put that on site to not have it almost as close to Boone Hill as the building?
I'd like to address that. This site has been very challenging to try to lay this out to get circulation. And we've looked at this dumpster, but what we've created with that is the ability for our employees to come out of the back of the building along that sidewalk to get to the dumpster area. We've tried to put it in the back, but then it has them crossing through all the circulation traffic, in front of the store. So we're trying to bring that around the back. The other challenge is getting to where a truck can get to the dumpster to get it and service it. We had to save the area up there to try to get the vendor parking, which is on the far left by the pond. We have our deliveries planned to come in that sidewalk around the back of the store. So we don't have any room up front for typical deliveries and things like that. So we're channeling deliveries from one side, coming into the back of the building, and then we're taking trash out the other to the dumpster. And it's all about circulation and getting trucks in there to deliver and also to pick up that.
Well,
And
as
then,
most businesses y'all do, y'all take a lot of trash out.
sir,
Y'all take a lot of trash out.
we do take a lot of trash out. And we need parking and to allow people to come in and park. And, this site, though, it has been a challenge. We've spent a lot of time working on this layout, working around the trees that we want to save on the property.
By the time you get everything up, this is gonna be invisible, this street.
Yeah, I think it will be too.
I think the other thing we'll do, though, we'll work on trash enclosure, detail on it.
You won't see it though. The undergrowth that's there right now, I'm familiar with the site.
Well, we do
'Cause I
hope
used
that
to
you
use
can.
that car wash. It's no longer working. I used to use it all the time. You can't put it back there.
Well, we think what we'll do to this property, I mean, it's gonna be cleaned up. So, I mean, it's that area, I mean, you've been out there, and what we're gonna do with this project, I mean, it's gonna clear out all that trash buildup that's been on the property, the neighboring property next door that we're acquiring. If you go by there, I was there today looking at the parcel. And it's, overrun with trash and things like that. So this will change the personality of this area. And we just ask that someone will work with us to help us make that possible.
And I think the other thing too, to Ken's point, as far as the dumpster enclosure goes, one, maybe hiding through some architectural features, but also from our perspective, then planting it heavily as well to screen it in a way that one, it's screened, but two, it's also got some different architectural features to it. I think that may lend itself to not as much of an eyesore when you pull in and there's a trash. That's he learned that from Clemson Architectural School. So that's a
Robust
that's right.
landscaping.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I had that in my definitions of in my UDO. Plant the hell out of it. So
It's not in the UDO.
Yeah, I'm the one I'm currently writing. I'm fine with it.
I understand I totally understand where you're coming
Well, I
from.
mean, it's going right there. So to say that you can't really see it and that's going away, and the only landscaping that's there right now, because you have drive aisles on either side of it, you're going to see it. So Yeah, I mean, I'd like to be interested to see how we can architecturally design it and screen it as best we can. Obviously, it's a necessity. And there's challenges, I'm with you. I've been studying for about 10 minutes. I cannot find another place to put it. But just a thought.
Sure. No, we appreciate that.
Yep. So somebody say something about preliminary?
No, this is conceptual.
We could give
So,
them
yeah.
preliminary if we want to.
I think we should give them preliminary.
Make a motion.
Make a motion, we grant preliminary approval. With comments over.
I'll second.
I just have a comment on sample boards and colors and everything that we have not seen.
That.
As would say at the very end, obviously actual physical samples will be brought in, but just for context for right now, there is one slide that does provide some colors just to see. So, but there will be.
I mean, I prefer to leave it as conceptual, and if the next submittal
If they come in.
could be the final.
Perfect. I think that's a good, perfect.
Okay. Yes.
Do you have any comments with that?
No, sir. We're at the mercy of y'all to understand what you want. I mean, we would definitely entertain, as long as we've got what we need to have a final approval next time.
We don't need a motion.
We don't need them.
That's right. It's just input.
We've
But yeah,
been-
we can do what we need to
Phase one, it needs to fail.
in order to sharpen what we need to and come back, and we'll work with Becca as far as what that looks like.
So we can see, because from one line, I mean, it's hard.
Yes, ma'am. And the chicken.
Yes, because it's.
If the meeting goes this late again, yes, please bring chicken.
Becca, since a motion was made and seconded,
You have to.
we have to vote on it, don't we?
Vote on it.
No, no vote.
Even though there was a
Think
second?
if we didn't take the vote.
Okay.
Hmm.
Awesome. Appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you. I was going to tell you all, you're here at 8 o'clock at night. I serve on a similar board in Greenville. Thank you for your service. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, folks, our last item on the agenda is going to be 3878 Ladson Road. This is new construction of a Ladson laundry facility, coastal suds.
I don't know about that. Lower your expectations.
I'll hand it over to the applicant, as I did not have any further comments, in addition to the TRC comments they received on March 25th.
All right. So my name is Ben Kaplowitz. I'm with GBA, the architect on this project. We also have Jessica Myers with us, who's our civil engineer, so she can speak to all the site. But maybe we could jump to the architecture. I'll kind of talk about our inspiration there, and then we can come back. So would you mind actually, Becca, going to our second to last sheet? It shows that context. Okay, so there you can see the adjacent lots to ours, the lots across from where we are, and then some notable precedents in the neighborhood. So we are at the intersection of Ladson Road and Limehouse Drive. You actually access our site by turning on Limehouse and going behind that Take 5, and we have an access drive that then you get to our laundromat behind that Take 5 next to the Dollar General. Could you, Becca, go to maybe the first rendering slide? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so it was really important to us to examine not only the history of the Low Country, the regional typologies that we're working within, but also the immediate context of our site. So we have a lot of low slope parapet roof buildings. We have a lot of brick, of course, appropriate to the Low Country. And we also do have precedent for these awnings, which of course appropriate to the Low Country. So we wanted to kind of blend seamlessly, harmonize with those buildings next to us. And then also create something new that is kind of specific and unique, but always within the context of the traditional Low Country style. So in that spirit, we have a brick water table. We have a brick base that runs the perimeter of the building. We have board and batten siding above it. Both of those are going to be painted white. We have the standing seam canopies over this bank of windows.
and this center sort of entry bank. It's two sliding doors. We really like the symmetry of this elevation because that speaks again to the low country type. Like I said, we're going to have a consistent white finish across the board, which is appropriate for the low country style. But then we introduce a little bit of personality with our color, which is also the color of our of Coastal Suds, which is the business that's going to come in here. And it also is kind of a subtle reference to the Haint Blue that's local to our culture. So we wanted to kind of have something a little bit more playful, but also something that is classic as well and subtle. This elevation, you're going to see the southwest elevation, which is the top one. That's the main entry, and that actually occurs behind the Take 5. So it's a little bit interesting where that's kind of our front facade. But then, Becca, if you go to the next slide, that the southeast elevation, which is at the bottom of the page, that's actually our side elevation, but it presents to Latson Road. So we gave a lot of thought to that elevation as well. That signage has been dimensioned to meet the UDO standards. And we wanted to, again, have those classic kind of low country details of the canopy. We have the brick, the hardy siding, and then also at all the canopies, we have that exposed wood, which we just looked at the last project as well. That's all going to be painted to, again, kind of seamlessly and subtly kind of dissolve into the elevation, but have some unique material and some unique detailing that's typical for the type. It's a little hard to see in these elevations, but we really wanted to avoid kind of these a flat elevation. It's kind of just based on our footprint and our program for the building. It is, it dictates this very simple form. So what we did is recess the brick underneath those windows. So those banks of windows are 11 feet. We wanted to avoid too much glazing based on the UDO as well. We have those vertical divisions, so it gives a more like classic low country verticality rather than this big, like, modern bank of glass. And then under that, we have the recessed brick panel that goes all the way to the ground. So it gives this kind of pilaster look to the elevation, and you get a little bit more texture as well. So yeah, that's kind of the spirit of the architecture. Thank you guys for your time. If you have any questions for me, I'd love to talk to those. And then we have Jessica to talk about the site as well.
You got a sight line?
We do, yeah.
Well, Blaston Road, you see the end wall of the building.
You will, that southeast elevation. So that's kind of our, and it's recessed. It's behind the Take 5 and behind the Dollar General as well. And we also have a bank of trees that separate us from the Dollar General, and we have that retention area. So it's definitely receded from Latson, but we still know that it will present to Latson as you drive by it. So we wanted to consider that, but that's kind of the secondary elevation for us.
The Latson Road is to the south, right?
That's south, yeah.
And Becca, remind me, are they requesting conceptual or?
Conceptual.
Conceptual.
Can you make the brick red?
We did examine that. Our client really liked the idea of the white, and we do like the uniformity of the white, but we're happy to kind of pursue
My opinion,
options.
red.
Yeah. One reason that drove the kind of painted is in the context. So we have immediately next to us is the Take 5, which is kind of a brown, that classic low country. And then we have a Parker's, which I think I have photos of that. We have the Parker's that is across the intersection, and that's more of a pink. So, and we do also, if you look at the center image, we have that brick fence that runs along our site. So we're actually going to be right behind that fence.
Well, we let a few buildings like Parker's get by with that color.
Yeah, it's nice.
Becca, can you go to the last slide?
That's not the white one. That's not the white Parkers. That's
It's
not
kind
white.
of
It's
like a
kind of a
pink.
Yeah,
sandy.
but I don't
Yeah.
like it. I don't like light color wimpy brick.
Becca, can you go to the inspiration photos?
Yeah, so
That
when
sheet.
we wanted to, just to finish that point, is because we had the multiple bricks. We didn't want to like compete with the brick, but we also didn't want to abandon brick because it was like core to the kind of the character of that site. There's even a different color brick, I believe, at an apartment building if you keep going down Limehouse Drive on the left. So we thought the painted brick would kind of be a subtle nod to our context, but kind of set us apart a little bit. And so, yeah, here you see we have the exposed wood framing that's painted. We really like the simplicity, the subtlety of that. You see that on the dime in the top left, that's on Daniel Island. And I think these are in Mount Pleasant, some of these photos as well. And then you see those standing seam overhangs, the board and batten above the horizontal texture here, which for us is brick.
So I didn't see a lot of these low country design motifs in your design,
yeah,
except for the board and batten. So
Yeah.
why did you show this and why is this the inspiration?
Yeah, so we wanted to, like I said, we have the parapet, the low slope roof is kind of the precedent for our context, but we wanted to bring in other details. So here at our canopies over our banks of windows and the entry door, we do have that exposed wood that's going to be painted white, like the bottom right photo. And then the top right photo, for example, we have that has board and batten, but it also has the colored standing seam. For us, like I said, it's more of a muted blue-green. But so that kind of speaks to some of those. And then, yeah, you have similar, the overhangs, the canopies. The one thing that kind of sets us apart, again, is that parapet roof, but that is appropriate to our context. So we wanted to kind of have a foot in both worlds.
But a flat roof is kind of foreign.
Yeah, well, just because we're directly next to the Take 5 and the Dollar General, we're kind of between. So we thought it would be appropriate to kind of match those as well as,
We're actually evaluating your site for your design.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
not within the context.
Oh, yeah. We just wanted to be
I mean, there is
respectful.
context, but I think, when I look at, to Peter's point, when I look at the building proposed, looks like it's missing a roof.
Okay.
Because it may be, the Dollar General has board, it's not even board and batten, it's siding, horizontal siding. So, I think that it just looks like it was a metal building with a flat roof and something's missing. And maybe it's because of the board and batten or it's only went up 8 feet and then it's got that, whatever that's called, the horizontal board, and then it goes up, but
the band, yeah,
it just doesn't look right. And I think I'd call it a teal kind of doesn't look right too. And to me, it kind of, adds, no offense, but adds a little busyness to that stretch of road.
Okay.
Because you have, I understand completely the context for the flat roof. So, and I appreciate that, but I don't know, this is just not working for me.
Okay. Is the color of the canopies, we also looked at like, a metal finish. Would that be more appealing?
Yeah, but
that is
I think
one
it's
thing.
the mass of the building.
I think it's
Yeah, it's 3,200 40 by 80, but it is recessed from both streets, so it will actually kind of fade behind. So we're surrounded on the backside and the Dollar General side by trees, and then we're behind that Take 5, which is actually at the bottom left. So it scales down pretty dramatically because we're stepped away from both elevations.
Well, it scales down, but the land is being cleared between, because of the pond.
Yeah.
So you're gonna see it.
Oh, you'll definitely see it. Yeah.
The end user wants it to be seen.
Oh, we want it to. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So this is conceptual review. So we're
Yeah.
just giving you some opinions.
Yeah, we love the feedback.
So
When I saw it without the context,
yeah,
I thought, and I was looking at it just by itself, I was like, this is completely wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's still late. Not to be, it's a little late. Sorry, I'm not trying to be so crude.
You were totally fine.
But if it had a metal, but if it, for me, when I first saw it, if it had a sloped roof, like some of those examples you showed, and it had nice brackets, with a big low country overhang, I'd be, yeah, I like that. But the fact that it's a board and batten with just a flat roof just doesn't look right.
Okay.
and also, since a laundromat is more residential,
yeah,
you could do flower boxes, you could do some
Yeah.
base foundation planting, you can add some color.
Okay. We do.
Because
Yeah.
I don't see,
Are you gonna use the metal?
taking
frame?
advantage of the site.
No, it's going to be wood framing, stick framing.
Wood frame. But you can go, instead of a standing seam roof, you go with a PBR panel.
Yeah.
Screw down panel,
Okay.
and it'll cost about the same damn thing
Really?
for a pitch roof.
Okay.
I think
On a pitch.
Again, I understand the concept, but I think this building needs a pitched roof.
Okay.
It's 4 and 12 enough, I think it is.
That's pretty steep, right?
4 and 12 is relatively steep.
That's pretty steep.
It's not 6, but it's 4.
I would think so.
So there's no drive-through capacity to this
There isn't, no.
concept, right?
No, there is access to the Dollar General beyond, but not drive-through for.
But for the laundry, is this
No.
drop off?
No,
Or is
it's
it all
a
self?
Yeah, it's all self-serve.
laundromat.
Yeah.
It's all machines.
Your classic.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, okay, all right, sorry. It's a laundromat. So you have people that come there, put the laundry in, they're waiting around half an hour, whatever it is. A lot of the other uses, what we have said is they need a front porch or some kind of porch to sit on.
Yeah.
Or sit under. That would go a long way. To Peter's point, if it, I don't know, I might regret saying this, but if this were a little bit more residential in nature with a steep roof and a porch, it seems like it'd be a lot more inviting place to come do your laundry.
Yeah,
You can put the 4 and 12 pitch on and put a shed roof canopy in the front.
exactly.
What, slide the building?
It'd be just
North?
about as cheap as what you do.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's a great point.
4 and 12.
That
Oh,
is,
it was
I
me.
totally understand that. We actually did have initially porch, we looked at concepts for that. I think we were afraid of going
Hang on.
too residential. Oh, no, you're good.
Hey, sorry, we can't hear.
Sorry, what were we all saying?
Oh, no, you're totally good. I think we considered almost more like residential options, but we were afraid of being in that context is that it wouldn't like blend naturally and harmonize with the context because it does feel like very commercial around there. But I love those options, so I'm not pushing back. But
And don't get hung up on, oh my God, where are we gonna put a porch?
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe you find something, maybe you enhance that pedestrian environment somehow by, maybe it's on the back of the building, there's a thing or something, but
Yeah, yeah.
it's gotta be, I would encourage you to have some gathering spaces
On the
or
outside.
for the kids to play or something.
Yeah.
Just put a 6-foot shed roof on and about 2
Yeah,
and
just-
12 pitch.
Low hang over there,
on the
and they
front.
can, yeah, some space to occupy underneath.
They could,
a
they
great
could go over the sidewalk.
Over the side.
So, all right.
That'd be,
Yeah.
that'd be almost the same price. But we're doing now.
Doing the flat roof, yeah,
These other things are more expensive.
that's a great point.
All right,
That's a
did
great
you
point.
have anything on site you wanted to talk
We
about?
do.
Yes, I'll try to make it quick because I know y'all are ready to go home and have dinner. So I'm sure a lot of y'all remember when we were here for the Take 5 all the way back in 2022. So one of the things that we pitched that the town really loved was the cross access drive, having that connection from Limehouse over to the Dollar General. Our client is actively working on negotiating that. However, at this time, they have not been able to come to terms. He's still under negotiation with not only the property owner, but with Dollar General corporate as well. So we just wanted to bring that to the board's attention that, the client is actively working on. We're showing it because we know that that's what the town has seen in the past, what they've responded amenably to. We just don't know if that's going to be the end result. So when we come back for preliminary, we just kind of want to set the stage for that now.
Okay.
As far as the rest of the site, y'all know that everything was master planned as part of the first development, so stormwater's already there. Really, it's a very similar concept to what we presented along with the Take 5 originally.
Okay.
if
So
you have any questions-
assuming worst case, you do not get cross access. What is the access?
The access, excuse me, the access currently to get to, because the site has been subdivided, access is off Limehouse. There's a dedicated access easement that provides,
Just what go
Oh, it's
through.
this.
to-
it just wouldn't go
yeah,
through.
Right.
It would get them to the property.
Yeah.
And that's understood. It just wouldn't, Dollar General wouldn't be able to go back through and vice versa.
Gotcha.
The one benefit to that scenario is we end up able to save a couple more trees.
Sure.
Who was asking for this access? TRC?
It was TRC driven this time, but I believe that was one of the board comments, the design review board. Most recently, it was the engineering department, but I believe that the DRB back in 22 expressed the desire for that. Okay.
Yeah. Does Miles Glick work with y'all?
Oh, he actually
Not-
retired.
I was wondering what happened to him. I
Yeah.
hadn't seen him.
So
He actually retired before I started working there, so I haven't met him. But yeah, I haven't met him actually. He retired before I started working there. a couple years ago.
engineering's comment was that when Take 5 was approved, cross access was required with the adjacent Dollar General property. The cross access as shown on the approved site plan for take 5 must still be pursued and provided if at all possible, was the comment from engineering.
We're actively still pursuing.
What? Stupid question.
No such
What's the hang up?
Dollar General. And it
Dollar
has to
General
go up
wants
to
Let's
their
Access.
headquarters, so it's like kind of.
Well, so
Yeah,
We were told at TRC, and I'm pretty sure this is the same answer y'all would have, is that they were not getting a response. They were having a hard time getting a response.
He has made contact at this point, but again, when we're dealing with a separate property owner and then corporate, it's just a lot of stakeholders.
Yeah,
They don't need it, so they don't care.
well, I think there'd be, well, I mean, I've seen it both ways. I've seen it where TJ Maxx from their attorney in New York City said, unless it directly benefits TJ Maxx, the property owner would not do it. Because we had the same issue with resolving a drive-through for Starbucks. But I guess my question is just because they wouldn't build or allow us to build on their side of the property line, we would abandon the stub out? Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, I don't think we need to do that for today.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're setting the stage up that this might not happen. I think
Well,
that's
they
something.
can't- They can't build it on the other property.
Yeah,
Without permission.
correct.
Build to it,
That's
all the way to the property line.
That's my point. Cause so the way, and I apologize, I misunderstood if you didn't say this, but I understood what you were saying was, we're setting it up that if we can't do it, if we can't get Dollar General on board, we will not be going to the property line. Did I misunderstand?
Why waste the money? Yeah.
That was.
Because in the future, if Dollar General ever rebuilds, then we literally can't ever do it. That's why you have stub outs. Just a thought, just, to Chris's point,
No.
so that'd be something.
Who's building that ever? Zero.
Well, and this would be something that would be resolved with engineering. I understand it affects y'all's review as a whole. But I would think that as the applicant continues through the process, as long as they can offer plans that reflect both possibilities, I think that would suffice for y'all. And the
Right.
engineering department would resolve that.
Agreed. That's fair. Any other comments? Thank you so much for your time.
yeah.
Thank
I had
Good
a,
night.
can I have a quick follow-up on just
Sure.
to make sure, y'all mentioned briefly the colors, at the overhangs being too busy. Would you like to see like a more natural kind of metal finish at the overhangs?
I'd rather see, black, Charleston green.
Well, whatever color your roof becomes, that's what your
Exactly. We'll just be consistent throughout. Yeah.
black is the preferred color.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
That
just
sounds great.
typically around here, you see.
That's
Like
awesome.
Galvalume.
I think you see those colors more
I'm imagining like a
when you
pretty
get closer to the
weathered
beach. This one looked beachy to me, and we're trying
Yeah.
not necessarily be beachy
Okay.
up here.
That makes a lot of sense. Oh, those are awesome comments. I appreciate you guys.
No,
Thank you.
thank you. I appreciate everything. Thank you. All right, motion for adjournment.